this within the 1 hour limit. So I wanted to start with the presentation and focus back on what we did in October 2019. These are the funds that we have that we use in the district. Next slide. Okay, so this is pretty much the detail. If you can go back to the first, yeah, thank you. So this is basically each one of those funds and show the expected or projected ending balance that we will have for 2019 20 fiscal year this year, and we updated the numbers from the previous budget study. And as you can see with the general fund, I'm pleased to share with you that we're ending with a very healthy ending balance, the expectation or projection that we will end with $32 million in the ending balance. That's obviously the beginning balance for next fiscal year. You can see also in the general fund, we have the restricted budget. We assume that most of the restricted fund is spent by the end of this fiscal year. However, as we do the unaudited actual later on, the amounts that are not spent will show up in that regard. And then you will see all the other funds that we are budget for. The main ones, Fund 11, which is adult education. You'll see that they do have a very healthy ending balance, over $9 million. Fund 13, however, which is the cafeteria, it's been hit with COVID-19 expenditures and lack of revenues. So we do expect that that fund to have an ending balance of a little over $100,000. And then you have the other funds, Fund 14, that's the deferred maintenance. And then Fund 17, that's the special fund that the board approved to create in order to use for emergency situation to cover stirs and bursts contribution from the employer contribution. Fund 20 is the special reserve for employment benefits. And you can see also that we have a $3 million in there. We do not use that fund on annual basis, and therefore that's why we have this amount of dollars there. Next slide. Okay, so these are the other funds. The majority of these funds, 21, 25, and 35, they are facilities funds. 21 is bond, and you see how much left in the bond dollars, $50 million by the end of this year. Fund 25 is the developer fees. We anticipate that we'll end with $1.5 million, and we pretty much will use all these dollars for the Ledesma multi-purpose room project. Fund 35 state dollars for facilities, and we don't have any. Fund 40 is special reserve, and we use this fund to replace vehicles and capital outlay. And then Fund 51 is bond interest, and the last fund is 76, which is just a pass-through fund. Do you have any questions about any one of those funds? Yeah, go ahead, Miss Maria Morgan.
Yes. So, Wael, just a quick question. I know that you mentioned that in the Fund 13, I'm sorry, Fund 11, the adult ed, and let's see, adult ed. I'm sorry, you know what I saw? Never mind. I was looking at the cafeteria amount and the adult ed was above it. Never mind. I thought I saw a very low amount, and I thought, will we be fully funded for that next fiscal year by the state for adult education? But I see that there's a little over 9 million. So I think we're we're good.
I'll touch base about adult ed and their their budget in later slides. Next slide, please.
Well, real quick question.
Yes.
On the Fund 40, how much is that? What percentage of that is the San Dimas property?
We have collected little over $500,000 in rental. We obviously the property is vacant at this point in time, and we are not allocating additional rent for this year in our budget.
Good, thank you.
So the next slide, basically, with the state budget in May revision, there were three basic or major components that the state budget, the May revision include. The first component is deferrals, and why we want to talk about deferrals, because basically that's delaying of the apportionment of the dollars that we receive, supposed to receive, so it creates some cash flow issues and potentially require the district to borrow money, and sometimes borrowing money costs money. So it's important to address that issue. The second key component was the reduction of the LCFF by 10%, and as well as all the add-ons for that. And then the third component is also cuts in categorical programs that is included in Governor revised. So we will cover each one of those in more details in the next slides. Next slide, please. All right, so the first one is the deferrals. So if you look into the low left corner and say there, that's the basic schedule for apportionment that for the school district, including ours. We receive in July and August 5% of the total apportionment, and then the rest of the 10 months we receive 9% of the apportionment. Some folks think that we receive all the apportionment at the beginning of the year, but that's not the case. We receive it based on that schedule. So what the governor, as well as more recently the Assembly and the Senate, the state, had proposed is deferrals. And the reason that they proposed deferrals, because the state is not collecting taxes in the same manner that they anticipated prior to the COVID-19, and therefore they don't have really money to give us. So the way the deferral works is that instead of, we have to kind of include these dollars in that fiscal year, but instead of giving the money to us in that fiscal year, they delay it to the future year or month. Therefore, put pressure on school districts to find ways to manage and cover their expenses without the expected revenue to receive. So if you look into, and I'm sorry, the slide on the right-hand side is messed up a little bit. I think it's like when PowerPoint to Google change it a little bit. So if you look into the right corner in the bottom, you will see the impact of these deferrals. So Governor Newsom is proposing that the apportionment for June this year will be delayed 1 month. So we're not receiving 9% of our apportionment for June, and therefore we need to find a way to have that money in order to pay our expenditures. We have payroll in that month. In the next year, that will be actually more extensive, and you'll see the curve or the V is greater because the Governor Newsom is proposing a delay or deferrals of 3 months to the following year. We anticipate to receive the money the July 2021, but actually it's still a question mark because he did not indicate when we're going to receive it. But the assumption is that we're going to receive it right away in July. So if you look into April, May, and June, we receive 9% of our apportionment for each one of those months, a total of 27% deferral for next year. it's extensive amount of dollars, and even though we have a high ending balance, we believe that we will have to borrow money in order to be able to make payroll and expenditures on the last 3 months of the year. So that's to give you an idea of what the challenge of the deferrals would be. Next slide, please. So in order to illustrate the challenge that we will have with the deferrals, you know, I just took a couple of years of how our expenditures look like, and you can see that we have in the dark blue in the bottom there, that's actually general fund. And you can see that July is the lowest expenditure level, with May and June to be the highest. So why July is the lowest expenditure level? Because there is some employees do not get payroll, do not get salary during that month. They receive salaries, as teachers specifically, receive salaries for 11 months of the year, with the exception of July. So that's why you see July normally is lower than the rest of the year. And then after that, you get into August and you get ready to the school year, and you can see it's basically pretty much average. And by the way, I'm sorry that with the Google, switching PowerPoint to Google actually impacted the numbers on the left-hand side. Those are dollars in there. We average between I believe around $9 to $10 million every month of expenditure. So if you look into this slide, you can see that we need about $27 to $30 million in the last 3 months of the year in order to cover these expenditures. So next slide. Same, and this slide, by the way, I think it's messed up because of the Google as well. So the actual slide that you have with with the PDF and the binder shows similar pattern as the previous slide, just to show the fact that we normally start low in July, sometimes also low in August, depending on how it's charged, and then after that we stay steady for the rest of the year, and then it spike at the end of the year. Next slide. All right, so this is actually for this year. So again, the slide, the graph looks not correct because I think switching from PowerPoint to the Google, but basically it's the same model, low expenditures in July and August, and then in this year we closed schools in March, and we saw some spike in expenditures in March and April, and we don't have the final data yet for the last 2 months of the year. But I can tell you that what we did, we obviously focus on spending essential and necessary items. We reviewed every expenditures or anticipated expenditure and requisition, and we delayed the expenditures for till a later date, and when we determine when we need them or if we need them. So the model this year will look a little bit different than every year because of slowing down the expenditure at the end of the last 2 months. So basically, just the reason I'm providing these slides to you is that showing that we're probably going to have to borrow money, either interfund within the district if it's available, or we have to get TRAN, and TRAN financing, basically something that probably the districts have not been familiar with for quite some time, but many school districts that have low ending balance, ending reserve, they do borrow money in order to be able to make payroll and cover expenses. We believe that we will be in that position next year in order to address the 3 months deferral. And that costs money, by the way. So next slide. All right, so the second major group in governor budget is actually a 10% reduction in the Proposition 98, and you can see the difference between the numbers from January preliminary numbers to the May revision. And if you look into the right-hand side, you'll see the major reduction from January to May revision, $14 billion, almost $14 billion of reduction in Proposition 98 for school district. Next slide. Okay, so this is actually the same information from the previous slide, but we're going back all the way to 2007, 2008, prior to the recession that we had in 2008. You can see how much the allocation or Proposition 98 funding, and you can see from 2007-8 to the next year, and you can see the drop of the funding that took place for the next 3 or 4 years till we get out of the recession. The difference this time is the reduction, the proposed reduction in the 98 Proposition 98 is extensive, and it happens in 1 year. And it also starts this year because of the deferral. So you can see that it's going down from 81.6 billion to 77.4 billion, and the following year is dropping $14 billion. So it is similar in a way as the last recession, but it's more extensive and more sudden. Next slide. So the third key component of the governor May revision is also a reduction and cuts in categorical program. And you can see these are the amount of dollars that are deducted from these programs, not the amount of dollars of these programs. Those are the deductions. And the red arrow reflects the programs that we participate in and receive funding for. So we anticipate a reduction in all of these categorical programs. I did hear that it will be 10%, but most recently I was surprised to read that it could be up to 50%. So it's still out there to find out how much of the reduction will be in these programs. There also reduction in add-on, and the major add-on would be home to school transportation. As you are aware, the home to school transportation dollars have never changed since 1980. It's the same amount of dollars, but they are proposing a reduction of 10% for next year. Next slide. All right, so you can see the difference between the January, the preliminary budget, the state budget, and the May revision. And by the way, this is the Governor Newsom proposal. Later, Assembly and the Assembly and the Senate, they do have a different way of approaching this. We can discuss it later on, but basically they are at odds with the governor about the budget, and therefore, even though they approve a budget, I believe Monday, there's still negotiation going on between the legislators and the governor. So from our end, the reduction in the LCFF, if you account for the fact that the COLA is going to be suspended for next year, you will see the reduction equal to almost $1,000 per ADA, $954. That is in the base grant. That does not include supplemental and concentration dollars that we receive as well. Substantial amount of dollars reduction from what we anticipated in January. Next slide. So also there is a suspension of COLA, as I mentioned, and it's also applied to the special program. So mandated block grant is going to be impacted. When you see the X's, basically those are the funds that we receive for these programs that we receive funding. So there will be a suspension of COLA for all of these programs as well. Next slide. Okay, so that we talk about what was included in the state budget. So what's not included in the state budget is some flexibility for school districts to use what's left, and have flexibility in using those funds in order for the district to maintain fiscal solvency. Some of these including flexibility to reduce the instructional year and minutes without penalty. And the reason that that item is important because some school districts may have to negotiate a reduction in the number of days and minutes for services to reduce payroll. Extend ADA hold harmless provided for 2019-2021. Reduce or suspend the required contribution to routine restricted maintenance. The requirement was waived back in 2008, 2009, I believe, and was waived all the way till last year. Now we're required to spend 3% of our total expenditures in routine maintenance, and that flexibility is not available for school district at this point in time. Flexibility in the use of supplemental concentration grant funds, as well as ability to sweep ending balances from categorical programs and restricted funds to the unrestricted general fund. These are not available at this point in time for school districts, and I do believe there are lots of activities going on, lobbying for it and lobbying against it, but and we will see how it's going to end. But at this point in time, we're budgeting based on these the lack of flexibility in these areas. Next slide. So what's included in there is proposal from the governor to direct some of the CARES Act stimulus from the federal government to direct it to help school districts to cover expenses related to distance learning, additional academic services, extending the instructional school year, and wraparound services and all of that. And the proposal is $355 million from GEAR funds, which is, I believe it stands for government, I'm trying to figure out, Governor Emergency Education Relief Fund, and then also from the Coronavirus AIDS Relief Fund, the CARES Act. The one thing that we did, and I believe most school districts have been doing that with the advice of LACO and school services, we did not budget this revenue because there is no specific information when and if we're going to get this revenue. We also did not budget expenditures due to the COVID-19 as well. We wanted to see first how this dollars will come so we can actually include it in our budget. It's kind of, there are lots of unknowns. We're trying to figure out how we're going to reopen the schools and all of the expenditure. I can tell you that we're spending extensive amount of dollars in PPEs and other things like that. But we are not budgeting these proposed dollars to cover these expenses. So as we move forward and we revise our budget in the next cycle, things will probably be more clear, and we'll figure out if it's this amount of dollars and how it's going to be spent. Next slide.
Mr. Alatar?
Yes.
Could you remind us when is the date that the legislature has to pass a budget?
So the legislators have to pass a budget or get into penalty of not receiving their salaries by June 15. And then the governor need to adopt the budget or finalize the budget by the end of June 30th. So there is negotiation going on right now between these that group. The one issue about the stimulus package is that there is no clear understanding how that money is going to be given to school sites and in what format. So that's actually probably will be in the trailer deferrals that will come after June 30th, and it may take some time to figure out the details of how this money, if any, going to be given to schools and in what format. Does that answer your question? Okay, you're welcome. All right, so also in Assembly and the Senate version of their budget, they pretty much rejected the essence of the governor proposal. And what they did instead is that they said that we need to rely on additional federal dollars that the federal government as well as Congress are debating at this point in time for public agencies. So their approach is budget for it, budget as if it's going to come. Do not make any reduction in the district, in the school districts budgets. But by September 1st, if that money doesn't come, you're going to have to make revision in the middle of the year. I think this is a very dangerous approach in my view, because if you budget for money that you're not sure that you're going to get, you may find it hard later on to make reduction. So, however, there is obviously a discussion at the federal government about the need to support local agencies, including schools. If you ask me if this money will come, I think I really cannot really give you an answer at this point in time. Its chances are it's probably 50-50 if there is any money going to come from the federal government with this situation that we're in, as the Congress and the White House are in conflict about this. So, and it's a election year, so everything will turn political in this one. So good luck seeing that money. Next slide. All right, so now we'll start talking about the impact on our budget. So we have a zero COLA, and we need to look also about the multi-year projection. So you see that the reduction is not only for 1 year, but it will continue for the next 3 years. So when that happens, you will get into the situation where the reduction in the budget is compounded. So it's a 10% every year. And basically, the way it's counted is that they suspend the COLA for every year, and the remaining becomes effective deficit factor, and you have the definition of the deficit factor here as a reference. So you see the reduction in the LCFF because of the 10% cuts that is combined for multiple years. So next slide. Okay, one thing that is positive from the governor proposal is that he proposed to add $3.15 billion into CalPERS and CalSTRS to reduce the increase in the cost of the employer contribution to CalSTRS and CalPERS. It's not a reduction really in the rates, although I think there is a minor reduction in CalSTRS for the first year, and it's only for 2 years. So it's almost like suspending the rate or suspending the increase or reducing the increase from 1 year to another to help school districts deal with all the issues that we're facing with the budget cuts. And I do believe that the Assembly and the Senate version do include some dollars related to that. I don't know if the exact dollars are the same, but you know they are agreeing on this one. So if you look into the right corner in the bottom there, you see the impact of reducing the rate from what was anticipated to be to what it's going to be for 2021, 21, 22 for CalSTRS and CalPERS, and those are the numbers that we used in our budget, and we're going to go a little bit in more details down the road. Next slide. So now we're developing our budget. So the first thing I can tell you about our budget, and I'm sure David agree with it, is the complete uncertain situation that we're in at this point in time. And we know for sure that by August, after 45 days from adopting the budget, we will have to take the revision of that budget back to the board for approval, because there will be lots of significant changes to the budget as things become more clear or become more concrete. So the schedule includes this August 45 days operational adjustment, but it's going to be a major adjustment. Normally, there are no, for the last 7, 8, 9 years, with Governor Brown being there, there were very minor changes that happened from approval of the May revision to the state budget, and things were more concrete. This time around, is for sure we'll end up doing this. Next slide. All right, so now building our budget, we have to make assumptions. So the first part of assumption is revenues. So the revenues assumptions are based on the following. First, enrollment. How much of enrollment and ADA we look for next year, and based on that and the fact that we're declining in enrollment and use the previous year enrollment and all of that, we end up determining that our LCFF dollars will drop to $93.7 million. And I'll show you how much drop that means. We use obviously Davis demographics to assist us in determining the next year and the future 6 years. And we do the historical analysis and figure out what the reduction will be from 1 year to another for multi-year. And then we do make assumptions based on what we did hear from the governor about federal, state, and local dollars. So you see the federal, we made assumptions in federal that there will be no changes pretty much to the allocations in the federal dollars. However, it's still unknown. You know, the federal budget is established in October 1st, and therefore these are assumptions based on what they're going to be agreeing on Congress and the White House. So we don't know how these numbers will end up being, but those are basically the assumptions that we have for federal. State, we know some of these dollars based on the governor proposal and the cuts and all of that. And we also, in the local lease and rental, for example, we determined that other than the rental from the Pasadena College, we cannot rely on dollars coming from the San Dimas property. So we took that out. And you can see also SILBA transfers. Those are the dollars that allocated to SILBA to cover our special education program. Next slide. So these are the assumptions, some of the revenue assumptions that we have. So this is more details about the demographics and how we determine the numbers. So the first, the spreadsheet is divided to areas. The first area is showing actual enrollment and how it changed from 1 year to another, and what's expected in this year and the next year, and then future years as well. Our concern is that based on Davis demographics, based on the enrollment in our feeder schools, that we're going to see a higher decline in enrollment starting 2023, 24, and beyond that. Our average decline previously is 2.4%. And that's what we pretty much use to predict the future enrollment. But if you can see the 23, 24, and 24, 25, the anticipation is the decline in enrollment, the significant decline in enrollment in our feeder schools will catch up with us, and we'll see a higher decline level by that time. Similar to, obviously, with ADA, as well as that DAFIS demographics data related to projected attendance in the future. So we take these numbers and make the assumptions of what the enrollment will be, what the ADA will be, and that obviously impact our total revenue calculations. Next slide. Okay, so when we applied these numbers with the anticipated reduction from the governor, we anticipate that our base grant, and our base grant does not include the supplemental and concentration. This is LCFF base grant, will drop to $68.6 million. You can see the calculation there. Okay, next slide. And then the supplemental and concentration dollars, and I want you to take a look at the D4 and D, sorry, I think D6. D4 and D6, the D4 is supplemental add-on, and the D6 is concentration add-on. If you add them together, it's about $24 million. It's a drop of $3.5 million next year in supplemental and concentration dollars that the district received. Okay. And also reduction in transportation funding, and then the TIC funding. So it gives you an idea of how much of reduction we anticipate. Next slide. Okay, so the challenge for school districts like us is that we are having extensive reduction in our base grant. $68.6 million, as you can see, comparing to $24 million in supplemental and concentration dollars. And $68.6 million is supposed to be covering pretty much 80 to 85% of the payroll for the district. It's also supposed to be covering contribution to special education transportation, nutrition services program. It's so extensive. It's very difficult to be able, with these little dollars, to little amount of dollars, to be able to make maintain fiscal solvency without making major changes, even though we do have significant ending balance, as I mentioned at the beginning. So this is kind of, these show you the numbers of what the expected general fund unrestricted look like for LCFF. Next slide. Okay, so why multi-year projection is important for us? Because it's not just only the first year that we need to worry about, it's the future years, as well as the fact that the budget is really not a forecast. The budget is predictions, is not a prediction of what the future would be. The budget is we make certain assumptions in the budget, and based on these assumptions, we figure out this will be the future outcome in that regard. This is a comment that came from school services, and I really like to quote, say, the budget is exactly wrong, but should be approximately right. But so it's not going to be these numbers that we're going to be living with. It's our reaction and action to this budget, and what we're going to do is going to be impacting the final outcome of what the numbers will look like. Next slide. All right, so this is actually what we anticipate, the reduction in the revenue based on the assumption that we made in revenue and information that we have from the Governor Newsom May revision. We anticipate a reduction in the LCSF, $13.63 million next year, $15.4 million the following year. And you can see how it broken down. We broke it down to supplemental concentration and base grant, and an additional $17.87 million the third year. Estimated 3-year reduction in unrestricted general fund revenues, $46.91 million, $47 million reduction if Governor Newsom budget is approved the way it is. The reason why these reductions continue to be higher from one year to another because we decline in enrollment as well as we add suspended COLA to those numbers. So that's what you see the calculations that we estimate our numbers would look like. And it's also based on 90% unduplicated count. If that number is higher or lower, obviously it would impact some of these numbers. So remember, $47 million reduction. Okay, so the second group, we finished the revenue assumptions. Now the second group of assumption expenditures. So there are expenditures that we know it's going to be based on the information that we have from the governor and from the state. Salaries, one thing what we did this year or for future years is that we did not budget for extra hours. We need to be very conscientious and aware that this is going to be a very challenging time, and we need to be efficient in the way we perform. Step and column on average, that's based on historical 1.25%. Employer pension, as I mentioned, the numbers that the Governor Newsom proposed based on the contribution to those accounts. And then you have the taxes, the employer taxes that have to be paid, like the unemployment and Medicare and so forth, and those are percentage of the salaries, and those are paid by the employer. Workers' comp as a percentage of salary, we estimate it to be 2.649%. Insurance is something that we worried about because of the liability insurance cost increases from one year to another. We anticipate substantial increases. Already know that 2021 will be substantially, the cost of liability insurance will increase extensively, probably about 15 to 20%. We do have difficulty actually finding insurers based on the situation in California about some of the claims related to misconduct of employees. Health and welfare benefits per FTE. As you are aware, we don't have a hard cap. Our cap continues to increase. Our allocation contribution from the employer continue to increase, and this is the average cost for the district per every full-time employee for benefits and welfare. And then we did, yes, yeah. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
5:50, just giving you the time, okay?
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I'll move quickly here. Next slide, please. These are the other assumptions as well, and we plugged in those numbers in our budget. Next slide. Quickly, the STRS and BERS, those are the contribution and the reduction from January levels. You can see that in CalBERS, for example, we anticipated to increase the contribution from 19.7% to 22.7%. With the fusion of the state dollars, it's going to be increased only to 20.7%. So that's where we plug the numbers in there, but still increase in the cost overall. In STRS, it's actually a slight reduction from the anticipated dollars for next year. It's about 2-year suspension of the expenditures. So we welcome that, and that we plugged in our numbers. Next slide. This slide is a little bit lots of information in this slide here, but basically show the total impact on the district for the last 4 years, how much the increase in the cost of STIRS and BERS impacted the district and continue to impact the district. Next slide. This is actually showing the benefits, how the benefits cost the district. Even though we do have an 80 to 20% contribution between employer and employee, the actual percentage is averaging 88.4%. Employer versus the rest of it is employee. This is due to the way that the benefits are structured, and you have lots of material in the binder that show how these numbers are coming up with. So district contribution in the last 4 years anticipated to be $44.3 million. Next slide. Contributions from general fund. So we anticipate special education contribution to be $7.46 million next year, and you can see the numbers the future years. Special education transportation in millions as well. And nutrition services, the contribution from nutrition services is due to the fact that we do cover those reduced meals, as well as with provision 2 that we applied. We cover the estimated number of students who are not free and reduced and receive meals. So that's $390,000 estimated every year. We general fund transfer to nutrition services, routine maintenance 3%, and the projected contribution from the $68 million that we have is $13.76 million next year. Transfer in and out. These are the suggested transfers in dollars. I can explain a little bit about CRIB payment and all of this stuff, but this is really more of it's almost like a pass-through, and then also we get a discounted in a utility cost because of the solar. So it's really a minimal impact is that we have to pay it from Fund 21. Next slide. This is the summary of the contribution for special education and the total amounts anticipated from 1 year to another. Next slide. Sorry, guys, we're running out of time. So average reserve levels for statewide for high school districts back in 2007-8, it was 11.46. 18-19, the numbers was a little bit higher, 15.64%. So you see the next slide, you'll see how. Next slide, please. The next slide. You will see where we're starting. We're starting with 29% in unrestricted, almost double what other school district average, high school district average in California. And on top of it, we have also about 4% in Fund 17, that kind of a rainy day. So we are in very good shape as we start. However, as I share with you, we anticipate a reduction in revenue by $47 million in the next 3 years. So that's what you get when you have these changes in the revenues without adjusting our expenditures. So you can see that even with the high reserve that we have, it doesn't really keep you afloat for many years. It's helped you for a year or two. So the key here is that we need to, especially when we're declining enrollment, and we also continue to see declining enrollment to probably grow. It's really important for the district to start taking some action as soon as possible in order to ensure fiscal solvency in the long run. Next slide. This is putting it together. You'll see more numbers next week about our budget. So next slide. This is actually showing the summary sheets for our budget. Next slide. So moving targets. Obviously, you can see the lack of the uncertain ground that we are in. We're going to definitely do the 45-day budget adjustment and revisions as well. We also are required to do a stabilization plan to provide to LACO. Next slide. All right, so future actions to maintain fiscal solvency, and these are our staff recommendations. And it's really more about break the situation to smaller pieces so we can actually be able to address it and move forward. These will be obviously some challenging decisions to make, but first of all, we have to establish a stabilization plan. We have to establish a plan to eliminate deficit spending for cafeteria and adult ed funds. As mentioned before, adult ed fund is very healthy. They can sustain some deficit spending, but it's important also to be conservative in spending and anticipate the reduction in the adult ed fund. By the way, will be reduced by about 13% next year. Cafeteria, you saw the ending balance there. There is a major pressure on the cafeteria fund. We probably going to see higher contribution to cafeteria fund. Hopefully the state and the federal government realize the major impact on the cafeteria fund and assist in that regard. Staffing, over 80% of general fund expenditures are salaries and benefits. So if you're going to have to make some cuts, there is no getting around that. We have to start looking at staffing and make an adjustment accordingly, especially when we're declining enrollment. Options like freeze hiring, furloughs, layoffs, suspension of step and column. Some of these require negotiations, but those are the options that we need to start talking about. Reduction in services, establish priorities, only necessary and essential services. We really need to be very efficient and effective in that regard. Almost every aspect of our general fund is cut substantially, and we cannot really afford to be very wise in the way we spend money. We need to establish priorities and figure out how we can do things from this point forward. We also propose that to instead of putting money in Fund 17, start drawing money from Fund 17, on average about $700,000 to $1 million annually for the next 3 years and beyond. That helps stabilizing our ending balance. As I mentioned, we are not budgeting extra hours and overtime. We'd like to minimize and reduce that as much as we can. Negotiate benefits and total compensation. It's a big chunk of the dollars we spend. And then intra-fund borrowing and TRAN to address state deferrals. We believe that we're going to be having to probably do TRAN next year, and we're trying to minimize borrowing money as much as we can. Reestablish base services and establish priorities for supplemental and concentration allocations. Supplemental and concentration dollars are going to be substantially reduced in the same manner as the base grant, and we need to start looking into priorities in that regard. And then maintain discipline in expenditures. If it's not budgeted, do not spend it. This is a time where we have to be very conservative, looking at everything we do and ensure that only the necessary and essential to be done at this point in time. Minimize contribution from general fund to transportation, nutrition, and special education. We need to work on that, and we need to have a dialogue with these departments and figure out the most efficient way of doing this. And then finally, which is, I think it's not showing here, but it's included in there, is that we also recommend that to establish an advisory committee, budget advisory committee to review all of these options and maybe more, in order to be able to make some of the reduction necessary in order to maintain fiscal solvency. I think I'm done. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Alatar. Members of the board, does anyone have any questions for Mr. Alatar? Mr. Salcido?
Were we able to capitalize on the closure on contracts and be able to receive any of that money, or were we refunded on contracts that maybe weren't fulfilled?
Okay, yes. We are, first of all, we are in dialogue with transportation provider, HEMIT, and I'm involved with MERJ in that discussion. In fact, we just sent them a letter, but they have demanded full payment, and we are proposing a lower amount in that regard. So that's one. We have also big contract with Maxim, which is providing labor for us. We're also negotiating a very small amount to pay to cover the only couple of weeks, and we're close to finalize that. So estimated dollars, for example, for Maxim non-rendered service is about $750,000, and we're looking into not paying more than 10% of this amount. So and that's part of the reason. That's part of the reason.
And trash.
You know, we're actually going for a new bid for the trash services, and we also asking all contractors to not have an increase in cost in the future year. How successful are we with that? We are with that. I mean, we're sometimes successful, sometimes we're not. So we have been trying everything to minimize our cost, and actually that probably result in our large ending balance this year.
Okay, just can we get updated in a couple of weeks as far as how much we plan on recouping? I'm not
Sure.
saying for this Friday, maybe in, July sometime.
Yeah, we'll provide an update to the board as we actually continue to negotiate with these contracted services. We have not paid anything at this point in time, just to let you know, other than the rendered services.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Good.
I just have a comment.
Go ahead, Mr. Padilla.
Yeah, Dr. Zuniga, this is more for you. I really did not enjoy this format. I think it was too rushed. The budget is something that is critical right now, and I would have appreciated if we had more time. Having to have Mr. Alatar rush through all this, and it's a great presentation. I got great binder with great information, but 1 hour is just not enough. So I don't know if there's something we can do to come back and ask our questions and not feel like I have to hurry up and ask my question. I mean, we're talking about, student programs. We're talking about people's livelihoods and their salaries. We're talking about really important stuff for us to cover everything in 1 hour. So I wasn't too impressed by this, just 1 hour.
That's a good point, Mr. Padilla. We also have a meeting next week. We could also have a continuing meeting for our study session. We don't have one scheduled now, but as a result of what the board's direction is today, we can continue having a dialogue on the budget, as the actual budget would be adopted next week and not today. So there is more time to allocate for our future meeting next Wednesday. And this is a good reason why we do have the 2 meetings in June, to allow for more conversation, a public hearing about the information that has been presented today. So I would invite the board, if they're interested, that's something that we can provide for next Wednesday. Or at another time, we also have a meeting in July as well that is on the schedule for a special board meeting if necessary. And at that point, that's another session that we can have for a study session.
if my colleagues would want that, but even if they don't want it, I would like to sit down with you and with the CBO, but I would like to have it in a group if that's possible.
If I may, Mr. President Briones, I think that is one of the issues I've expressed us having a specific special board meeting, not just a study session specifically on the budget. And unfortunately, I think the last time that we brought it up, there wasn't enough people to support that, because I agree the when it comes to finances, I think it's something that we really need to study well and intently. And I just, when that was brought up in the past, we couldn't get a specific, study session just on this. I think that before a board meeting, this isn't adequate. But thank you, Whale, though, for all of what your hard work in presenting this information.
You're welcome. And we definitely can do more continuation of the study session next week if that's what desired.
Thank you. Any other comments from the board?
Yeah, hi, this is Member David Diaz. Yeah, I support Mr. Padilla and Mrs. Morgan. If we want to have a dedicated budget study session, I'm all for that. Especially, I'm interested in learning more about how equity shows up in the budget, and if and when we are considering making budget cuts, what's going to be our framework for that. And I think that should be something that's set and agreed by the board now, but then informed by our constituent and stakeholders, staff, and really have robust engagement in this process. Because ultimately, budgets are reflective of our morals and our values. And so during this time, as illustrated in that very scary graph, Mr. Alatar, about our funding going all the way down to negative 15% in a few years, we need to make sure that we're thoughtful and that we're careful and that equity is at the forefront of our decision making.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz. I also would like to echo some of the concerns expressed today. I do appreciate all of the information that was provided by staff to the board. I do believe that the last time that we had this discussion about having a specific board meeting for our budget, I supported Mrs. Morgan at the time. And I think it is important that, particularly now, but I think as an ongoing conversation in the future, that we do dedicate meetings specific to the budget so that we are kept abreast of what's going on as the year progresses. Obviously, we're living in unprecedented times, and right now it's important that we have a very keen eye on what our financial situation is. So I would ask if we have additional comments that we bring those up during our oral communications for the board at the end of the regular session, and that you follow up with Dr. Zuniga with specific questions that you may have or specific information that you would like. And if necessary, we can have a special meeting or another presentation at our next meeting before we adopt the budget. So with that, we will move on to our open session. I know we ran a little long, but thank you everyone who has joined us online. And of course, everyone who's here. So at this time, I will call to order the open session, the regular board meeting, June 17, 2020, of the El Monte Union High School District Board of Trustees. Dr. Zuniga, if you will take roll call.
Well, thank you, President Briones. Roll call for President Briones.
Present.
Vice President Ms. Morgan.
Present.
Clerk Mr. Salcedo.
Here.
Member Mr. Diaz.
Here.
And Member Mr. Padilla.
Here.
All present.
Thank you, Dr. Zuniga. At this time, Mr. Salcedo, if you would like to lead us in the flag salute. You would unmute yourself, please.
That would work. You want to place your hand right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Salcido. If I could get a motion to approve the agenda.
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
So moved by Mrs. Morgan, seconded by Mr. Padilla. Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Okay. We'll start off with Mr. Padilla,
Aye.
Mr. Diaz,
Present. Yes.
Mr. Salcedo,
Aye.
Ms. Morgan,
Aye.
Mr. Briones.
Aye.
The vote is 5-0.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 2, consider approval of minutes for May 6, 2020 regular meeting. Can I get a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Padilla, seconded by Mrs. Morgan. Dr. Zuniga, if you can take a roll call vote.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Padilla,
Aye.
Mr. Diaz,
Aye.
Mr. Salcedo,
Aye.
Ms. Morgan,
Aye.
Mr. Briones.
Aye.
The vote is 5-0.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to go on to public comments. Dr. Zuniga, have we received any public comments for today's meeting?
We have 2 public comments. I believe you will find them in your queue, Mr. Briones.
Give me 1 second. Let me bring that up. Give me 1 second. I'm bringing up the individual comments. Okay, first public comment is by Joanne Martin. Ms. Martin states, thank you to the Almani Union High School District, employees, students, friends, administration. I am now going to reap the benefits of my retirement after 41 years. Thanks to everyone. I will cherish it all. Thank you for your comment and congratulations on your retirement. Our second public comment is by Marisol Rivera, a teacher at Mountain View High School. As a teacher in this district, I am upset at the fact that the faculty and staff have been in the dark concerning the planning of the 2020-2021 school year. Teachers have yet to be surveyed. We are merely getting some trickled down information, and the process of the COVID task force and who was selected to participate has lacked transparency. The planning for the coming school year has to be a collaboration of all stakeholders. It is beyond comprehension that we should be left in the dark in the decision making that involves our health. In addition to the lack of dissemination of information, I am also deeply concerned about the slow process of this planning. My children's school district surveyed parents and teachers over a month ago. Indeed, their COVID task force subcommittees have already met numerous times and have already presented their work and ideas to their school board. So I am asking this school district, this school board, what is going on? Thank you for your comments, Mrs. Rivera. And I believe that concludes the end of public comments. Dr. Zuniga, any additional comments, either phone call or email?
No, not at this time.
Thank you. This time we'll move on to communication from our union representatives from the Almani Union Educators Association or the California School Employees Association. Are there any representatives present who would like to address the board?
Yes, President Diaz, Ms. Brazil, EMUA president, was scheduled to be on during this time. I believe she has the link and the number to call. Mr. Seaman, I know you've been working with her. Is she prepared?
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes,
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, Fantastic. Good evening, everyone. Board members, cabinet, and anyone listening and watching. I want to begin by expressing my gratitude that the most difficult semester of teaching, at least for me, but for many other people who I've talked to, is behind us. And we can breathe at least a little, but with masks on, of course. Lessons learned from the past few months, I believe, all revolve around the need to communicate and collaborate. Everything was new and confusing and at times scary, but we somehow got through it all together. Looking forward to the fall, the reopening of schools task force is a huge undertaking, and I admire all of the stakeholders who are participating in the difficult conversations about the next school year. But we cannot take steps backwards with the collaborative piece. Parents, students, and teachers alike are nervous about what August will look like, but they're also nervous that this district has not adequately reached out for feedback. Stakeholders on the task force report feeling like conversations are unproductive or their concerns are cast into a void. The slow progression of these meetings has fostered doubt. There's a sense of a return to top-down decision-making amidst confusion and a lack of consensus. I know that there's pressure to find solutions faster, but to do so with fiscal uncertainty, and that's an almost impossible task as we're trying to hit a moving target, as Mr. Elatar mentioned earlier. Yet, I implore you to not let this sense of urgency or financial precariousness compromise the relationship we have tried to build and maintain. There are excellent people on the task force who have the same goal of doing what is best for our students so that they feel safe going back to school, no matter how they go back to school. Let us not lose that vision in the desire to plow ahead because debate can be tedious. The more we all share the same vision and contribute to it together, the better we can make the transition to a new and hopefully less tumultuous school year. And finally, I ask that you join my members in contacting state and federal legislators, if you haven't yet, and urge them to fully fund education. With that, I thank you and bid you a good night.
Thank you, Ms. Bazile, for your comments. Dr. Zuniga, is there anybody from CSEA?
I did speak to Ms. Chambers, and we did not get confirmation that she would be here with us today, but she did mention she would be part of the study session and she'd be tuning in. Okay,
thank you. Moving on to information and presentations and recognitions. Recognition of retirees for the 2019-2020 school year. Dr. Zuniga, I'll hand it over to you.
Yes, thank you, President Briones. At this time, traditionally we would have our retirees present in front of us at the boardroom, honoring their years of service to the district. We also have traditionally started a tradition the last couple of years to have a social reception with them and thank them for their service and honor them and just spend some time with them, getting to know who they are and the years they contributed to our school district. We don't want to go without mentioning anything today since it's a virtual session, but we did our best to provide recognition through a presentation recognizing their years of service, and also, for the most part, provided a visual of who we're talking about, because that's sometimes difficult when you're using this through a virtual means. So if we can please start that presentation and we can recognize each retiree by school site and express some highlights on behalf of the school board and our school district. I do want to give a thanks to our Human Resource Department who put this presentation together, compiled all the information for us. We did a wonderful job with the presentation, and especially Ms. Christine Mota and Mr. Ibarra for working on that together. And we put that on the actual screen itself, or? I can go ahead and, there we go. Yes, thank you, Mr. Steelman. As far as recognition, I believe we have sure if that's in numerical order. I want to make sure that we don't skip anyone. So allow me to make sure that we start from the beginning. Okay, thank you, Mr. Stillman. So we will first start off with El Monte High School, obviously the flagship of the school district as the first school in our district. Mrs. Catherine Sendejas, counselor, is retiring after 40 years of experience in education with 38 years in our district, meaning that the majority of the years were committed to our communities. I recall as a student, Ms. Ochoa coming over from Mount View High School, and she becoming one of our counselors at El Monte High School. So I was very happy that I had a chance to see her as a student, also as a colleague. Position held in the district to the business education at Mount View High School. Degrees held is a business education, Cal State LA, master's in counseling at the University of Laverne. Some of the fun facts that Ms. Sendeja brings, and as far as her personality, she was a Panther, a Viking, and a Lion. She found her roar at El Monte High School. She went into education to make an impact on students' lives. Little does she know that these students would be the ones to impact her so greatly. Many have become her lifelong friends, and she is so grateful for all the memories. And plans for retirement. She plans to travel the world once it reopens and visit the kids in New York and England often. So she'll spend her days volunteering, hanging out with friends and family, going to morning swim, and catching matinee movies. So congratulations to Ms. Catherine Sendejas for her 40 years of education and most known 38 years within our district. Congratulations to you. Next slide, please. Our next honoree is Ms. Lynn Miyamoto Gugulian, teacher at El Monte High School in the science area. And Ms. Gugulian worked for our district for 33 and a half years. That is an entire career in education. And she held the position of science teacher within the school setting for many years. And I'm also again proud to say that she was one of my first teachers when I went to El Monte High School. Her degrees are in fishery biology out of Humboldt State, single subject, lifetime credential, Cal State LA, master's from Point Loma, Missouri University. Fun facts about Ms. Gugulian: she will be celebrating her 25th wedding anniversary this December, and her daughter will be a senior at San Diego State University, majoring in biology. Seems like she's following that path of her mom's foundation. Plans for retirement: she plans to travel, garden, take fun classes, and find her creative side as well. Congratulations to Ms. Miyamoto Gugulian. Next for El Monte High School is actual early retirement during the school year. As a matter of fact, the first month of the school year for the 1920 school year. Mr. Gregory Vanneman, our comprehensive student support coordinator, who did retire back in the fall with 20 years of service to the district. Again, I'm proud to have worked with Mr. Vanneman, both as a colleague, as a coach, and was a head coach at some point in our football program. Brought a lot of pride to the wrestling program there when undefeated. I believe it 31-0 if I'm not mistaken, or something to that record in wrestling. Just a lot of accomplishments in his co-curricular involvement and a lot of mentoring along the way. So congratulations to Mr. Greg Banneman. Other positions held prior to that position: campus supervisor, school community liaison, and as I mentioned, football coach. Congratulations, Mr. Banneman. Moving on to Arroyo High School. Our first retiree is our principal, Mrs. Angelita Gonzalez. And after 38 years of service in education, most importantly, 36 years in our district, where she, almost her whole entire tenure here at El Monte Union High School District. If you know Angelita, she took the tour around the district, starting off with as English teacher, and also a resource teacher, coordinator of migrant education, assistant principal of student activities, assistant principal of student services, and assistant principal of instruction. So she did the entire AP assignments before she became our principal at both South El Monte High School and most of her years spent as the leader at Arroyo High School. Her degrees are her bachelor's in social science and history at Chapman University, master's in education for the University of Laverne, and in her plan for retirement, throwing out the alarm clock. As if you know Angie, she's a night owl and not the morning person. Like I can relate to that, but she's going to get rid of that alarm clock in the morning, and also finding somewhere where she can continue working with teenagers. We spoke recently about how she can continue her service to our students in our community, and she's excited of that opportunity moving forward in the next couple of years. Congratulations, Ms. Gonzalez. You know how all of us feel about you, and thank you again for your years of service, both as an educator and as our leader at Arroyo High School. Next is Cuberto, for us lovingly known as Cubi Carrillo, our night custodial supervisor at Arroyo High School. Mr. Carrillo served 24 years in our district, positions held including custodial 2 and custodial 1 before he was given the assignment of night custodial supervisor, since I've known him and since I had the opportunity to work with him at Arroyo High School when I was there. His plans for retirement, more hiking with his wife, who we love dearly, here at the district office, and who had recently retired last year. I wonder if that had something to do with it, but we'll leave it there. And most hiking, more hiking with his wife in new locations, complete projects at home, and light travel. So I get the feeling that they're going to be very busy, and there's an itinerary already completed by Miss Melissa. So congratulations to Mr. Carrillo. And our next recipient or honoree is Rogelio Medina. We weren't able to get his picture, but I do want to make sure we recognize him. Mr. Roger Medina retired as a custodian 1 at Arroyo High School, and amazing over 2 decades with 21 years of service at Arroyo, and other positions held in the district were the custodial substitute assignment before he became the permanent custodial 1 position. So congratulations to Rogelio Roger Medina. And moving on to our next school, we have Mount View High School, home of the Vikings. And we'll start off with Mr. Frank Alonso. Looks the same when I was a kid playing on the other side of the field against him, as he coached the Vikings for many years in football. Years in education, 38 years with years of district, 40 years altogether. Might be 40 years in education with 30 years in the district. So let's even go backwards on that. For other positions held in the district were head football coach, as I mentioned, head JV, wrestling coach, varsity and JV coaching baseball, track, cross country, and soccer. So when you tally all those years of coaching and all the mentorship and relationships he had with outstanding athletes at Mount View High School, I can understand why he's the popular individual that he is still. Degrees held, the AA, Citrus College, and also a bachelor from Cal State LA. And in the special education credential specialty, what he taught for many years at Mount View High School. Some of the fun facts: he's always wanted to be the type of teacher that he would want his own kids to have, to always go the extra mile to help out. He has so many wonderful experiences over the years, especially when being named the Sanger Valley Football Coach of the Year back in 1997, and also being part of the Mount View High School only varsity wrestling championship. Plans for retirement: travel, spend time with his family, and continue to go on to the gym and work out. If you know Mr. Alonso, you could see him probably 4 a.m., 5 a.m. in that weight room. So congratulations, Mr. Alonso. Moving on, our next retired from Mount View High School is Miss Cindy Pato, a very familiar face at Mount View High School for many years. Miss Pato was in education for 34 years, and again served the majority of her tenure as an educator with El Monte Union for 32 years. Other positions held in the district: she was the department head and also a coach and one of our substitutes. Degrees held: a bachelor's in PE Health, Central Washington University, and also learning handicap credential out of Cal Poly Pomona. And again, Miss Pato has some fun facts here. Being a PE major, she never thought of teaching anything else. But when she accepted the job for special education, which was just going to be a year, or she thought so, she realized that she had stepped into outside of her sports world and was hooked on. She has appreciated the teaching staff at Mount View High School immensely, as well as the administration and counseling staff, current and past at Mount View High School, for the willingness and support in working with our special education students and our department as a whole. She also wants to praise the classified staff, particularly our paraeducators, for the dedication for bettering our students academically and emotionally. And her plans for retirement: playing golf, pickleball, and basketball. She hopes to see her friends and family more often in Washington, as well as continue to root on the Seattle Seahawks and Seattle Storm. Visiting all the WNBA venues is a goal as well, and supporting her two grandsons as they complete high school and college will be a highlight. At some point, she would like to travel to different parts of the U.S. and eventually some travel internationally. Lots to do and lots of fun things ahead for Ms. Pottle. Congratulations, Ms. Pottle. Moving on, we have Ms. Kathy Satterfield, teacher at Mount View High School in the Physical Education Department. Congratulations to Ms. Satterfield with over 41 years of teaching experience, again, dedicating her years of service here at El Monte Union for the past 36 years. Other positions housed in the district includes teacher in English, world history and geography, coach, tennis, basketball, badminton, and soccer, as well as girls athletics director and department head, girls PE. So she was the face of that department for many years and the leader and mentor for many colleagues there that had coaching backgrounds and also in physical education. Her degrees held was a bachelor's in work from Westmont College, and also a master's from Cal State University Long Beach, and her credential was acquired through APU. Her plans for retirement: simple, spend time with family and friends and get back to her hobbies. Congratulations, Ms. Satterfield. Next, we have Peng Jin CI. She retired at the end of last year, but her actual official retirement came effective in the middle of the year. So we want to make sure that we recognize her. I think she had some celebrations with her colleagues last year as she concluded last year's year. But nevertheless, she was one of our food service assistants, and she started in the district 14 years ago. Other positions housed in the district was a cafeteria substitute, and her degrees held from Tamkang College of Arts and Sciences. For fun fact, it's good to have a vegetarian food every day. Monday, she would like to thank Susie for giving her the chance to learn everything. And that's Susie Sayer, our Director of Nutrition Services. And her plan for retirement is to volunteer in Sushi Foundation. So congratulations again. You're already enjoying your retirement. We want to make sure that we wanted to recognize you as part of the official retiree list this year. And next is we're going to move on to Rosemead High School. We'll start off with our first retiree, Mr. James Irwin. If you know the counseling staff, Mr. Irwin has spearheaded that counseling staff for many years. He has been part of our district for 29 with a total of 31 years in education. And before his assignment to becoming a counselor, he was an English teacher in our district. Degrees held: bachelor's in physical education from Cal State LA, a master's in marriage, family, and child therapy on the California Family Studies Center. So congratulations to Mr. Irwin. Definitely missed you, and I'm sure your counselor will too. Followed by our next retiree, Deborah Malden. She is one of our special education teachers under the SDC program. Ms. Malden served 15 years in our district, but as an educator, she completed 20 years of service to students. Other positions held in the district included the department head in the special education department, and her degrees were in a bachelor's in education from Hope International University, education specialist from APU, and master's in education specialist in from Azusa Pacific University. For fun facts: be true to your calling. So when you end your day, you can say that you've met the goal and being the best you could be for that day. Because tomorrow you get another chance to do better and meet different challenges. Have fun, show yourself for who you are, be kind, do good for your fellow man. Plans for retirement: move to the beach, travel, and sit and treasure all her good memories with the hope of building new ones. Congratulations, Ms. Malden. And next, is one of our other teachers in the science department, Miss Valerie Washington. Again, she was an early retiree this year. I want to make sure that she does not go unrecognized. And Miss Washington retired, I believe, after winter break. She served 23 and a half years in our district with a total of 38 years as an educator. Other positions held in the district included our content specialist, represented science department from Rosemead High School, and degrees held bachelor's in biological science from Cal State Dominguez Hills, and also a master's from Cal Poly Pomona. Congratulations, Ms. Washington. And I'm sure you're enjoying your retirement already. Next, we have Mr. James Weck. He is our PE teacher from Rosemead High School. Again, serving the district for all his entire educational career for 34 years. Other positions held in the district. This is the only assignment that he had. He lived a good career, teaching PE with all his colleagues at Rosemead High School. And his degree is in physical education from Sonoma State University, also a master's from Point Loma Nazarene College. Fun fact, he still remembers his first day. He was very nervous. When the first period bell rang, he anxiously awaited the students to arrive, but no one came through the door. After 15 minutes, he looked down the hallway, and there they were, coming towards the classroom en masse. They had all been given the wrong classroom number on their schedule. He would like to take the time to say thank you to everyone who he has had the pleasure to work with. He was very blessed to work with both Rosemead and the El Monte Union High School District. He couldn't imagine working anywhere else, so congratulations. Plans for retirement. He and his wife are going to move to Iowa to be near their son, who just gave them their first grandchild. That's a double congratulations, Mr. Dweck. So enjoy your retirement. I'll surely miss you at Rosemead High School as a Panther. And we also have Corinne Sanchez from Rosemead High School, a locker room attendant, and she's been part of our district for 31 amazing years. If you know Ms. Sanchez, fan favorite for all our student athletes as a locker room attendant who cared dearly for our student athletes for many years at Rosemead High School. Other positions held in the district include a cafeteria substitute and also food services assistant, as well as a baker. Congratulations, Corinne Sanchez. We'll get to South El Monte High School now. We have Dolores Bravo, our dear teacher who was in the science department and served 37 years of service to El Monte Union High School District. And some of the positions that she held in leadership positions as department head in the science department for many years, and also took on the challenge of being the course lead for some time during her tenure as a science teacher. Her degrees held bachelor's in human biology, Stanford University, master's in biology, Cal State LA. I had the chance to speak to Ms. Bravo at the day of the car parade, and she was pleased that she'd be retiring because she's going to get to see her family and her daughters who are up north and also back east. So congratulations to Ms. Bravo. I'm sure the science department is definitely going to miss you there. Speaking of science department, we have another teacher from South El Monte High School in the science department that had worked alongside Ms. Bravo, Ms. Joanne Lalaman, an educator for 31 years with 21 years of service to our district. She held other positions as the department head. I think Ms. Bravo and her rotated that responsibility. It's a difficult task to do, but she did a wonderful job when she was there and also when I had the chance to work with her. Also took on the challenge of content specialist and lead teacher for the science department. Her degrees include animal science from Cal Poly Pomona and her teaching credential from Cal State Dominguez Hills. Fun fact, her older sister retired in February from her job of over 30 years in banking. Her sister-in-law will also retire in 1 week, who has worked 30 years as I believe that's a K1 teacher at the same school, and her college and next door bud is also retiring. Her wonderful hubby retired 3 years ago, so it's time. She has evolved as a teacher from being unknowing to knowing to thinking she knows to, oh, know what the heck is going on again. It's time to move on to a new chapter in a new book. Again, I had the chance to congratulate her at the car parades, and she was there to cheer on the graduates. She also plans to come back and at some point support us through substitute assignments, but she has plenty to do before she even considers coming back. Her plan for retirement, she will be traveling to Alaska on a cruise with her sister. Because of COVID-19, they had to cancel, but they still have plans. She'll be visiting New York, her hometown, soon, and she plans on getting more involved with fostering cats and dogs in her rescue. She'll be available to help out her parents and make appointments whenever she needs it. Kudos to Ms. Lalaman, and a great steward of our district. Congratulations to Ms. Lalaman. We have Ms. Elizabeth Hernandez, one of the first familiar faces you'll see when you have entered South El Monte High School for the past couple of years. Bring sunshine to that office every time I walked in, and greeted everyone with open arms and a great invitation to South El Monte High School. As the office clerk 3, she served in the instruction office before she retired, and she served 22 years in our district. And other positions housed in our district included adult ed assistant, as well as a receptionist and office clerk 2. Congratulations to Elizabeth Hernandez. And again, she was one of the mid-year retirees too. And she was before COVID, she had the opportunity to celebrate her retirement. I believe right before or on the time that it hit. So congratulations, Ms. Hernandez. Hopefully you did. El Monte Rosemead Adult School. We'll first start off with Sandra Anderson, who was one of our adult education teachers, and she served the district for 23 years. Unfortunately, we were not able to get a picture of Ms. Anderson, but we wanted to make sure that she would recognize this evening as our prime adult education teacher for the past 23 years. And I'm certain that she had a lot of contributions to the adult school, representing her department and also the community it serves. Congratulations, Ms. Anderson. Moving on to Mr. Thomas Ho, another adult education teacher who served 22 years both in the district and as an educator, and also positions held in the district. That was the only one that he did, and that's all he needed to do. That was his passion at being an adult education teacher. His degrees held a bachelor's in finance from Cal State LA. Fun facts: he learned that students don't care how much you know until they know and how much you care. It has been a blessing to become friends with some of his students. Plan for retirement. He plans to get more involved in mission work and to continue serving Jesus by giving him his time and resources to those who are struggling and need to hear the good news of Jesus Christ through word and action. He is also looking forward to spending more time with family and visiting other states. Congratulations, Mr. Ho. And this face is very familiar to all of us and dearly in our hearts, and has truly made a significant difference over the last couple of years when she came to our district, and we sold her from another district, and that was one of the best things we did at EMUHSD, as providing this educator who not only had the passion but the drive to bring the entire community together at the adult school. Dr. Kerr served our district for 6 years, and as educator, amazing 39 years, mostly in the adult education field. And other positions housed in the district, this was the only one, as 6 years as a principal and leader from EMUHSD. Degrees held: bachelor's from Muhlenberg College, and master's from the University of Laverne, and her doctorate also from the University of Laverne. Fun facts: the El Monte Rosemead Adult School is a treasure to this community, and she's honored to lead the dedicated staff as they uplift students and their families. She is rich beyond measure thanks to her family, friends, and colleagues who have supported her in her life as an educator. Her plan for retirement: eventually travel to visit families and friends, spend time exploring new places, enjoy time with the grandchildren, but for now, reconnect with nature and spend time in the garden. Congratulations, Dr. Kerr. This gentleman is known as Mr. Ozzy, Alberto Ozzy Bonilla, our custodian too from the adult school. He served the district for 31 years, mostly in the FMLT department, and I understand he also had the opportunity to work at several of our school districts, several of our schools within our school district. Other positions held in the district: he was our custodian 1, a gardener, a warehouse delivery driver, our bus driver, our maintenance worker 2, and also a facility manager at a Royal High School. his plan for retirement, as soon as travel is recommended again, he's off. He's spending trips, going to spend trips to Oaxaca, Mexico, and Florida to visit his sister. Congratulations, Ozzy. We hope you enjoy a wonderful retirement and get to travel soon. As you heard today in the public comment, Ms. Joanne Martin announced her retirement as a paraeducator under the Academic Support Division. She served an amazing 42 years in education in our district. I think it's the highest so far that we've had from these retirees. Other positions held in the district included a paraeducator for academic support, daycare associate teacher, and also the instructional aide focusing on infants, all within the adult school setting. Congratulations, Ms. Martin. I know we had the chance to catch up several times, and I'm so happy for your retirement. And thank you again for your 42 years of amazing service to our community. And finally, we have our district office personnel. This gentleman came to us about 3.5 years ago. He's actually sitting in one room and listening to all of us here and with us as part of our meeting, our Assistant Superintendent for Human Resources, Mr. Felipe Ibarra. I've had the privilege of working beside him here through Cabinet for that time he spent with us in our district, and I'm so fortunate and glad that he selected El Monte Union to end his retirement here during a time where we relied on his expertise coming in as our HR Assistant Superintendent. Most impressive that this is his second career. He served 27 years as an educator. As you know, Mr. Ibarra, he has a strong military background and the many years of service to our country and the nation, traveling throughout the world. Very, very fortunate to have met this gentleman who has many stories to tell, and his experience both as an educator and also someone who had paid his years of service to our country. Degrees held for bachelor's from Occidental College, Stanford University, MPA, the University of Oklahoma. And fun facts, he has one daughter, one son, 2 grandchildren, and also, as I mentioned to you, a retired military officer. His plan for retirement, chill, and some beach drinking, Brazilian caipirinhas. I think not a fan of that drink, so I don't even know how to pronounce it.
Caipirinhas.
There you go, Mr. But I might have to take a trip with you at some time and see where that goes. So congratulations to our Assistant Superintendent, Mr. Ibarra. The AXA, local AXA chapter, which is the West San Gabriel Valley AXA chapter that we are part of as administrators here in our district, and also our partner school district, they are recognizing not only Mr. Ibarra, Principal Gonzalez, and also Principal Dr. Kerr with actually a token of appreciation. I'll share one with you that I have them here. This is a school bell. It actually has their name on it, El Monte Union High School District, and dated, goes up to June 30th, which would be their last day of service for our district. Though some of you are taking your off days and vacation days for the remainder of the period, including Mr. Ibarra. And also the platform says in recognition of service and leadership, and it has their years of service all together. So Dr. Kerr, Ms. Gonzalez, and Mr. Ibarra, behalf of West San Gabriel Valley AXA, congratulations on your retirement. You'll be receiving this bell soon. If I don't see you, it'll be delivered to you. For all of our retirees, traditionally we have provided a clock as a token of our appreciation, and that will also be delivered to all of our retirees on behalf of our district, the Board of Trustees, for their years of service. And what I usually like to do is calculate all these number of years of service that these individuals have provided. And you can see as we went through the slide how many years so far that we've had. So congratulations again, Mr. Ibarra. I believe we have a few more, but let me check. Yes, we can't forget Lori Marquez. Lori retired earlier this year as well. She was fortunate enough to start her retirement early this year. She served the district for 28 years. Had the privilege of working with her at South El Monte High School again before she came to the district office here. She started as a clerical substitute receptionist, and also Office Clerk 3 in the Guidance Office at South Almani High School. She trained all the APSSs at South Almani High School while she was there. She did an amazing job. So congratulations to Lori Marquez. She's retiring as our credential analyst here at the district office. So congratulations, Lori. Moving on, one of the most important figures in our district, if you ask anyone, specifically our certificated personnel, how critical and important this individual has played here at the district office and support for our certificated staff as the payroll technician one, processing all the certificated payroll. Wonderful job, outstanding background knowledge, and just a wonderful, kind individual. Whenever she took your call, she took the time to talk to you, go over the information, troubleshoot, research, and many folks appreciated her for how she treated individuals who were desperate in need of service in the Fiscal Services Department for many years as a payroll technician, and we're truly going to miss her. I believe that she'll continue supporting us until we have a proper transition, as this is a very key and important position for our entire school district. Other positions housed in the district, she was receptionist, account clerk 2, a personnel clerk, and also an account clerk in payroll as well. Congratulations, Ms. Navarro, on your retirement. And again, retiree who called it early this year again is Parlene Relas, our job developer, coach, and monitor, specifically under the special education department. Her last year of service here, assisted many of our kids through the job assistance program specific to our adult transition kids, job shadowing, and she was the core of the support provided for those individual students gaining experience throughout the community. Truly a delight to work with. She served our district for 20 years, and position that she did hold before this position was a clerical substitute. So as you can see, that she became an expert in that position for the many years she did for our students. Okay. And that concludes all of our retirees. They are continuing to come in under these circumstances, but we were able to get some of the last ones that were announced. So as they come our way, we will be sure to recognize them. On behalf of the board, congratulations to all of our retirees. We wish that we could have celebrated in fashion as we did the last couple of years at El Sombrero Restaurant, having the board there recognizing all of you and just enjoying some time together and seeing the last days of your service here at Almani Union. So congratulations to all of you.
Thank you, Dr. Zuniga. At this time, I'll open it up to members of the board if you have any comments that you'd like to share for the retirees. I'll start with Mr. Salcido.
Let me unmute myself. Just tons of gratitude for the work and the years of service. I know that many of our retirees have come back to their communities, live locally. So I know it's a sense of pride, right, to serve their community. So just kudos to all of you. I wish them nothing but good health. Enjoy your travels, and just thank you so much for the years of service to our community and to our students. Thank you.
Sorry about that. I had some difficulties. Mrs. Morgan, if you'd like to make some comments.
Thank you, President Briones. I do want to also extend my sincere gratitude to all of our retirees. Thank you for all of the many years of service that you have provided our district to our students. As each one of you was recognized, you know, just looking at all the many years of service that you've given personally to this district, and of course in as a whole, the amount of years that is presented. No one of you is more important than the other. Everyone has had a tremendous impact in our district. But I do want to highlight a couple of the ones that personally for me have made a tremendous difference. Thank you, Kathy at Monte High School, Ms. Setterfield, for continuously coming into the board meetings and was advocating and speaking. I appreciate that. To Kubi and Angie, you guys have made a tremendous impact in my life and in the life of my kids. With 4 of them that have gone through Royal High School, being able to talk to Kubi on the field, or Kubi being able, telling them, hey, you can do it, and encouragement with all the students. And Angie, I mean, obviously, the relationship that we've had over the years through PTA and being a vice principal as well as a principal. So from the bottom of my heart to all of you, Ms. Miyamoto, I mean, everybody is so important, but those were some of the ones that just really, popped out for me. But every single one of you, thank you, and happy retirement. Stay safe, enjoy life, relax, rest, and travel if you can, and just enjoy your life. Well deserved. Happy retirement.
Thank you, Mrs. Morgan. Mr. Diaz.
Yeah, thank you, President Briones. I just want to echo the sentiments of my colleagues. I think retirement is an entry into a new phase of a person's life, and I think we've seen folks 15, 20, 25, 30 plus years commitment to the El Monte High School District, and just sincerely grateful and thankful for their contribution to our district, students, parents, and the differences they've made in hundreds, possibly thousands of lives here in the El Monte High School District. And I wish them nothing but the best in their future phase. And I'm sure that retirement is going to need some time adjusting to, but I hope that it's long, peaceful, and they can spend time with their loved ones doing everything that they always wanted to do with all their time off. So thank you again, and congratulations to our retirees.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz. Mr. Padilla?
Yes, I too would like to just congratulate all of our retirees for moving into the next phase or the next chapter in their lives. And I would like to thank them from the bottom of my heart for the countless relationships that they built with so many students, current students, and many students that were once children and are now adults like myself. I think it's great that they'll have an opportunity to go and spend time with their families. And like we heard from one particular principal, throw out that alarm clock and get up on their own time and not have to listen to any clock telling them when to get up. But I want them to know that they have touched the future, and they've touched the future, including some of us that have grown up. And I had a personal relationship with some of these people that I'd like to highlight. The first one is Dr. Deborah Kerr. The relationship that I built with Dr. Deborah Kerr and everything she taught me about adult education and the value that it has for the people of our community, especially when it comes to access and equity and special programs that our community needs. She was the true adult education advocate, and always fought for her program, and always had an open door policy and allowed us to come and visit and show us everything that she had there and showcase. But not only that, in the time that I've been on the school board, she's been the only true adult education principal that we've had at that school. In past years, they would kind of use that school as a holding cell for some administrators. But with Dr. Deborah Kerr, that wasn't the case. That was truly her place. So I'm going to miss her, and I wish her the best. The second person I'd like to also thank, and this is in no particular order or rank, I like her just as much as Angelita Gonzalez. I had the opportunity to meet Angelita Gonzalez when I was a student at Rosemead High School. And there was a retiree earlier today that said children don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. And she cared for me because I dealt with a very traumatic experience back when I was in high school. And I cried as a young man in high school, but Angelita Gonzalez was there to get me through it. And I'm 47 years old, and I can still remember I was 17. And for that, I want to thank her because I know that if she did it for me back when I was 17, I know she kept doing that for so many kids in our school district. So we're going to miss you, Miss G, as many of her students call her at Arroyo High School. And I know the parents will too. But here again, it's time for you to move on to your next phase in your life. And I wish you nothing but the best. The third one is Mr. James Zwick, my PE teacher when I attended Rosemead High School. We won a championship as a freshman in 1987-88 school year. I will never forget that. He took us and he believed in us. And I'll always have that memory of Coach Zwick and just how much he loved physical education. Thank you for that, Mr. Zwick. Another message that I'd like to deliver, go back a little bit for Angelita Gonzalez. I had the opportunity to work with Sonia Guzman, school psychologist in the El Monte City School District, and she too would like to send her congratulations to Miss Angelita Gonzalez. Miss Gonzalez, thank you for mentoring for mentoring her, and she's truly grateful as well. So that's on behalf of Sonia Guzman. And I know that she became a psychologist and was successful because you believed in her when nobody else believed in her. And she always talks about you. And we wish you the best retirement. And lastly, I wish you nothing but the best, Mr. Felipe Ibarra. Thank you for your years of service and for all the hard cases that you dealt with here in our school district. It's a very tough job to have. I think you and Dr. Zuniga know that job, and you guys get to deal with all the drama of the school districts and all the lawsuits of the district. And for that, I'd like to thank you, and I wish you nothing but the best as you go on to drink your special drink of piranhas or something like that. Enjoy it because you deserve it. And I'll always remember you as Mr. Sidebar. Take care.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla.
Mr. Briones, may I have just one quick moment?
Yes, Mrs. Morgan, go ahead.
Thank you. And I sent Mr. Briones, President Briones, a message. Oh my gosh, I forgot Dr. Kerr as well. And I did want to highlight Dr. Kerr as well, because as Mr. Padilla had mentioned, Dr. Kerr really focused and had the background run our adult school program. And I do want to thank you, Dr. Kerr, for continuously advocating for our students. Dealing and mentoring adults is such a special niche because when adults go back to school, and I was reading some of the essays from what it means to go back to school, or what it means to what adult school means to me. And one of the students had highlighted that, you know, when you go through life, many times as a student, you go because you have to, and it isn't until much later in life that you maybe have an awakening and decide, wow, I need to go back to school, whether it's to get my high school degree or a career certificate or what have you, and to be able to mentor them, to keep them motivated. So I do want to thank you for that, Dr. Kerr. You did a great job, and I'm only hoping that we're going to be able to continue the programming and continue to grow it with the type of funding that we're looking at. But thank you so much for the years that you gave to our district and to the students there. Thank you, President Briones.
Thank you, Mrs. Morgan. I'll take this opportunity now to mention, well, first to congratulate all of our retirees. It's a wonderful feeling seen so many individuals being recognized, and I tried to do the count in my head, but I couldn't. I know it's hundreds of years of experience that are leaving us at the end of the school year. And each of these individuals brought something unique to the school district. I had the opportunity of working with a lot of these individuals over the years when I was employed by the school district, but I also had the opportunity of being the student to some of these individuals. So very quickly, I'd like to congratulate a few individuals personally. I'll start with our classified employees. Juanita Navarro, who worked in payroll, although I wasn't a certificated employee, I did get to speak to her every so often when I would go in to speak to the clerk who handled classified employees. And Juanita was always so helpful and so cheerful and so happy. And even if you weren't a certificated employee, if you had a question, she was there to answer it and help everyone out. To Lori Marquez, I had the pleasure of working with Lori for 5 years at South Amani High School. Lori is also a resident here in our community, and I know her and her husband are still here. And I had the opportunity of working with Lori and helping her out, helping her process a lot of paperwork, because a lot of the paperwork comes out of the student services office. And being the clerk there, she did a lot of work and processed a lot of paperwork, and we worked together to generate a lot of certificates to recognize the students. So I know when she was promoted later on, she was missed at South Amani High School. So congratulations to her. To Ozzy, I had the opportunity to work with Mr. Bonilla while as an employee. The IT department and our facilities department work hand in hand, especially during the summers when new equipment comes in. So I want to wish you the best as well. To Liz Hernandez, I had a chance to get to know her when she was the receptionist at the Monte Rosemead Adult School. And when I was assigned to that campus early on in my career, I had the opportunity of getting to know her and getting to see what a fun, interesting, and just very funny individual that she was. And I have the privilege of knowing her now and seeing her in her retirement already, with her husband and her family. And I will hit her up soon enough when we're able to get together again, so I can go use her pool. To Mr. Kubi Carrillo, congratulations. I know that it was probably wasn't long in coming after your spouse retired that you would retire as well. I will distinctly remember working at South Amani High School and having Kubi come to my office and tell me I had to go home because it was 11:30 and he needed to set the alarms and I couldn't be there anymore. Working there, seeing the amount of work that these individuals put into the campuses, it speaks volumes about who they are and the integrity that they brought to the job. So congratulations to all of our classified employees. Mr. Ibarra, it's been a pleasure working with you as a board member. I didn't know that you were an Oxy Tiger. I have a few friends who went to Oxy, and I just took a screenshot right now and I sent it over to them, and they were all excited that they had a fellow Tiger in the administration here. So congratulations, and I know you will look forward to your retirement. I wish you the best, and thank you so much for your service. Dr. Kerr, I had the opportunity to get to know you a little bit after I became a board member and have some really wonderful conversations with you about the programs there at the adult school. And in the 6 years you were with our district, I know that you did a great job and did many wonderful things with the programs there. So your presence will definitely be missed, and I wish you the best as well. To Joanna, Mrs. Lullemond, and Mrs. Bravo, I had the opportunity of working very closely with them at South Amani High School because they did so much in the science department. Both individuals, incredibly intelligent, incredibly bright, but most importantly, incredibly caring for the students. And I saw the passion and the vigor that they brought to their positions as science teachers. So I know you will definitely be missed at South Amani High School. Your presence will definitely be, or the lack of your presence will definitely be noticed. To Mrs. Kathy Satterfield. Kathy Satterfield, she just sent me a message a little bit ago, letting me know that she was watching. I had the privilege of being one of Kathy's students my sophomore year at Mountain View. And I saw the presence she brought to the campus, the passion she had for education, and how much care she gave to all of the students there. myself included. And of course, later on, as an employee of the district, when she was the EMUHSD representative and the president, I saw not only the passion she brought to education, but also to the representation to her members and to the collective bargaining process, and how she would stand up when it was necessary and absolutely would not stand down against anybody. And I saw that firsthand against more than a handful of individuals who are no longer with us here at the district. So Kathy, congratulations. Your retirement is well deserved. And I can tell that you're already enjoying it. To Mrs. Pottle and Mr. Alonso, both special ed teachers at Mountain View, congratulations as well. Mr. Alonso, I know that he would travel a long distance to get to work, and he was almost always the first individual on campus. And there were times where I needed to get to the campus very early to do something, and his Jeep was already there. And so he was usually the first person there, and sometimes one of the last people to leave, whether it was because of his commute or just to his commitment to the students and to the programs he participated in. I know he mentioned it in his slide, but I want to congratulate Mr. Alonso on being our Mountain View High School varsity football coach during the 1998 football season when the football team made it to CIF. And I know that was a big achievement, not only for the team, but for Mr. Alonso as well. And Mrs. Miyamoto, I had the opportunity of working with her at Amani High School for a few years, along with some of my former colleagues. And she's a great individual, stays in contact. And she brought a lot of passion to her position and to her students. And again, that passion is what we're going to miss, the presence on the campus. And again, very outspoken individual, came to many board meetings over the years and let everybody know what she thought and never held back. And I always appreciated that of her. And lastly, I want to say to Mrs. Gonzalez Hernandez, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for everything that you did, not only for our students, but for myself. I had the opportunity of being one of Angie's kids. When I was a student at Mountain View High School, Angie was promoted to be the assistant principal of activities back in 1999. And without naming any names, the individual was no longer with the district, left soon after. Angie came in after another assistant principal of activities left, either retired or left the district. And that individual was not the type of person that I would want any student to have to work with or work under. One day in particular, during an ASB meeting, the APA at the time made a comment to the students. There was a disagreement between the ASB students and the administrator about a policy. And the APA took out a large binder and said to us, the only reason you're here is because we allow you to be here. And that's it. And that was not the right personality to have, not the right words to ever share with any student. And so when that individual retired and Angie came in, it was like night and day. Angie is absolutely centered on our students and always has been. And based on her slide today, I think she will continue to be in one capacity or another. Seeing her move up through the ranks from APA to APSS, and then working with her when she was API, and then seeing her promoted to principal, I was so happy for her. And I will truly miss you being in our district. I know you're not going to go away because, once you're part of our family, you never leave. And I want to say thank you to you. And I want to say thank you to all of the retirees this year. This is not the way that we envisioned celebrating you. But of course, life will throw you a curveball every so often. So this is how we have to do it for now. But one day we will be able to get together again, celebrate in person, and give you all the proper send-off that you all deserve. So on behalf of myself and the rest of my colleagues on the Board of Trustees, a heartfelt thank you and congratulations on your retirement. So with that, we will move on to information presentation, oral and written communication. Item number 1, a public hearing notice, initial proposal from CSEA Chapter 11 to the Almani Union High School District. Is there a motion to open the public hearing? I will make the motion to open the public hearing. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Diaz. Public hearing is now open. Dr. Zuniga, were there any comments for the public hearing?
No, Mr. Briones, not at this time.
Okay. So now that the public hearing is open, if we'll move on to item 2 for, is there a staff presentation or information that needs to be presented?
Yes, President Briones, this is the initial proposal. As a result, we do have a public hearing under this proposal. As you are aware that any proposal that's come forward from exclusive representatives of public school employees or employers related to any scope of representation must be brought forward to the public under a meeting. And therefore, this was an opportunity for everyone to look at the reopeners from CSEA Chapter 11 for the district, Article 2, Organizational Security, Article 27, Salary and Price Benefit, and Article 29, Promotion. And this is for the 2020-21 school year negotiations between CSEA Chapter 11 and El Monte Union High School District.
Thank you. Is there any comments or discussion from any members of the Board of Trustees? Okay, seeing none, I move to close the public hearing. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Diaz. Without any objection, public hearing is now closed. Moving on to Superintendent announcements and communications. Dr. Zuniga.
Yeah, thank you, President Briones. I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate the class of 2020 on their graduation. Congratulations to all of our schools for putting a quality car parade to celebrate our graduates. A lot of work went into this, and I'm certain that our families enjoyed their graduates receiving their diploma on June 4th, which would have been the commencement ceremonies for our school district. We do look forward to our commencement ceremonies this fall, or as soon as we are able to safely do so. And again, I want to make sure that our class of 2020 is deserving of a commencement ceremony, and one thing that we continue to be committed to, and hopefully that could come to fruition soon. My only item for discussion today is just to provide the board an update on where we're at with our preparation for the fall. And as noted through the communication from Ms. Brazil, the task force started working at the end of the school year. The last week, I believe the week prior to the end of closure of the 2019-2020 school year, we convened as a team. I am pleased to say that we have 50 members and growing, and continues to grow based on interest. These members have been meeting. This is meeting number 4 that we are going to enter, formally meeting 2 hours per week, but also the subcommittees have been meeting on the side, compiling information, data, and ideas and suggestions together. So I don't have to tell you that we are dealing with extraordinary challenges under these conditions. We are entering something that no one in this district has ever done before under these pandemic conditions, is beginning and opening up a school year that is unknown to us. It's new to us. At the same time, will continue to be challenging as the information provided from both the state and the county continues to change, continues to be updated based on the existence of COVID, and specifically to LA County, where it does move at a slower pace, and the information continues to filter in, and we are relying heavily on what information is coming forward. As a high school district, the issue of ensuring that all schools have a plan that is both beneficial to students, is equitable, and also represents the entire philosophy of the district and not just one school. So it is challenging to move quick when you're making decisions for an entire school district, and therefore we are taking our time with ensuring that a plan is developed with quality, and there's some structure there. So those are the challenges that we are facing as a district and our task force. Nevertheless, I'm excited to let you know that it's a dynamic task force, that we challenge each other to come up with plans and suggestions and recommendations as we create this plan for our school district. We anticipate that by July 1st, there'll be a response to our families about the actual instructional model that we'll be using based on the feedback provided by our families. This evening, I released an update to our families, encouraging them to be participants of the survey. And as many surveys go out there, one unique thing about El Monte Union is that we ensure that the survey is communicated in 4 languages, which does take some time to get through the surveys and ensure that every family is allowed to have an input and not rush through a survey. We are transitioning into staff by Friday, as well as an opportunity for students to give input. Also, pleased to tell you that our task force is comprised of various stakeholders on campus, including teachers, counselors, principals, other site administrators, district administration in the areas of ed services, business, and also HR. And our parents and our students are also engaged in this conversation on the task force. And if you've been part of a meeting, a virtual meeting that has more than an average participation rate, somewhere over 50, it is a challenging task. But I'm very proud of our facilitators and also the subcommittees that when they break off and they're working, they are working. Unfortunately, time is of an essence, and I do agree that it has been challenging for us to move as we continue to have dialogue because information continues to filter in. We meet weekly as subcommittees once we convene as a team, and then we break up into sessions focusing on 5 areas: instruction, safety and health, social and emotional wellness, family and community engagement, and also operations, which also includes facilities, maintenance, transportation, and nutrition services. So there is a lot going on at the same time, and steering the ship in the right direction. We will get there, and we will get there. And once we do, I believe people will be pleased with the plan that we have at the end. Our team has evaluated the guidelines and recommendations provided by California Department of Public Health, as well as the California Department of Education, who earlier released their guidelines and also recommendations as state. And keep in mind that as a state, a lot of our stakeholders are unfamiliar with the moving parts of the guidelines that are coming forward to us. So it's important that we digest this carefully before we can develop a plan, because all of it's going to be reliable on what we hear, what the data says, what the health orders are being provided to come up with actual plan itself that entails these 5 areas. This district can create a plan overnight if that's necessary. Unfortunately, that's not the way that we would want to operate, given the circumstances that our primary concern is the safety and health of all of our students, and also ensuring that a instructional model is equitable for all kids, and there's committed time from all of us into this plan. So there is a deep correlation between what we do here and what the framework will be from the county. And we've been using the state guidelines for now, but we're anticipating that the LA County will release their guidelines for reopening of school under phase 3, hopefully by next week. And that way we can confirm all the information that's being directed and recommended and advised by the county for LA County high schools and also primary schools. So that is our primary factor, focusing on what LA County Department of Public Health will bring as far as their recommendations. And to be clear that the county does provide guidelines to its local communities. This brings several challenges for both, our communicating information to our families and our staff, because information on reopening of schools is being provided through various channels. Some information people hear are through news broadcasts, through newspapers, through social media, representing various counties and districts throughout not only LA County, but also throughout the state. So you can have a plan that works good for a different county within a different school and a great survey, but sometimes it's not equivalent to what's happening here in LA County with all the precautionary measures in place that are happening here at a slower pace. And my response to this is that every decision we make will be dependent on the future of COVID conditions, as well as the identified LA County Department of Public Health guidelines that will be provided soon. The Department of Public Health has also transitioned the county to stage 3, as mentioned earlier, but it's allowing the district and the schools to prepare for the forthcoming school year, not to begin the school year now, but also to prepare in the forthcoming year under the compliance from the state public health officer guidelines for our schools. So that is some good news that we learned at the beginning of this month about moving forward with that stage. We're really reliant on our Department of Public Health for the direction they're providing as we anticipate their final draft plan release, hopefully by the end of next week. We had the pleasure and privilege of listening to Dr. Ferrer, the LA County Health Director, today during a Superintendent's County meeting, who clarified some of the information we witnessed yesterday during a draft review of the document. And unfortunately, that draft is embargoed because it has not been finalized for us. But there was some clarity to what the safety conditions will be for LA County when it comes to schools, specifically to the PPE with the actual personal protective equipment, and who should not, and when and where individuals should be as far as the PPE equipment. Lots of questions on that. The evaluation of every school site that we've been working on is also critical for us to understand. That includes facilities and grounds, including every square footage of the classrooms, identifying our common areas and how much we can hold to capacity under these conditions, and also the direction and traffic of our hallways, our restrooms, and also our stairways for both our students and staff. The cleaning and sanitizing of our facilities is a major priority for us as well. Also, the thermometers that we are dependent on for health screening and monitoring of students and staff as they will enter onto campus. And one of the most important issues that we're also reviewing is what would the inventory look like for ongoing flow of supplies through either the procurement process, the support of the California Department of Education and the state and the governor's office about the supplies. We were informed that a 60-day supply would be initiated and supported by the state, filtered in by the county, and disseminated by the County Office of Education to all schools within the LA County area, including El Monte Union High School District as well. The instructional models that many of you have heard and listened and discussed, we are focused on 3 types of scenarios. And they're very popular scenarios because this is something that in all school districts are being visited and discussed. And looking at the existing teaching and learning models that we have with our students, if everything was clear and the green light was set to go, our students would be back in a traditional manner. Of course, as the transition with wellness practices currently in force, as a high school district, it is very challenging when you're coming up with period by period schedule. As you know, that most of our kids will see 5, 6, 7 teachers throughout the week. We're on K-8 school district elementary focuses on 1 assigned teacher per student, allowing a bit more of a planning and affirmation about what they could do at this time. So that's been one of our challenges as a high school district, is coming up with that model that can suit all of our student needs. The classroom setting and the design would be limited, obviously, under this information, and also the routine cleaning will continue if we were to bring all kids back under these conditions. What we anticipate most likely will happen is the blended model, which some of you know it as a hybrid model, where we have a staggering schedule of kids coming in. For specific to high schools, there's a very popular model with the splitting of periods per day, and for also cohorts of students too throughout the week, and allowing and providing a day within the week to focus on teacher collaboration, focus on online instruction, focus on student support, individual or small groups, whether it's virtually or having them come onto campus too. So that is one thing that most likely in this case, and what we are hearing is the blended model is something that would most likely we'll see in the fall. And of course, we have to explore the option and opportunities for kids who are not able to be part of this blended learning, given circumstances, whether it's a health condition or the family believe that at this time it's not in their best interest to have their kid come onto campus and be part of the learning, teaching and learning on campus as we are still in these conditions. So the distance and full-time or online model would be a full-time option for some of our high school students, similar to what we tried to do in the spring when this suddenly came to us, and we had to plan accordingly for that distance learning. Fortunately for El Monte Union High School District, we have concentrated on a robust online program, which some of our current students are starting now in the summer, and have also had the opportunity to engage in the last year, even a year back, with some of the recuperating of credits to online program. So returning of existing learning program, obviously would be the clear stage 4, everything back to normal. And we don't anticipate that happening at this point, specifically in the fall schedule. But one other thing you have to consider that if suddenly that does come within the middle of the fall, what decision will the district make? Will it continue in the model that's set in place or revert back to the traditional schedule that we've always had? So we're thoroughly looking at that and thinking about that, because we need to be prepared for something that we can anticipate. As you know, over the last 3 months that we've seen a lot of changes and movements, both publicly and within our own families. Our goal is to formally announce, as I mentioned to you, to our school community with the instructional model by early July, preferably July 1st. That is a big challenge because there's still lots of work and decision making to do collaboratively. But I'm dependent on this task force that we will pull through, though we continue to, think and look at models, and it has become a challenging process for all of us. We want to also continue to share information with our community. As mentioned, from today's information that went out to families, I will be holding a virtual committee forum for all of our students, our community, staff members, families on Monday, the 29th of June at 4 p.m. This will be information about the fall, information about our planning, our program, any update that we could provide from the county and how that relates to our school plan would be provided on Monday, June 29th. Keep in mind that we are in the second week of the summer, and we had a lot of challenges at the end of the school year with not only the closure of the school year, coming with a plan for our car parade and ensuring that our seniors were left with a quality program for the car parades. So there was just an enormous amount of both pressure and time committed to ensuring that our seniors are exiting out appropriately while transitioning into a summer school program that many of our school districts who probably are moving on to fall are not even offering an opportunity for our kids to continue their education through summer school opportunities. As I know that a lot of my colleagues in other districts are not offering summer this year because as a result of the pandemic. I'm proud to say that El Monte Union has, and we worked initially to get that going on the ground for our students who will be attending summer school starting the end of this month into July, all the way till 2 weeks prior to the start. We anticipate the August 18th first day of school. So I do want to go on record that that has been the case with El Monte Union High School District, but what we've been doing over these transition times. I want to also publicly thank the task force for, again, their committed time, as I know that most of you are completed with your jobs here at El Monte Union for the school year, and that you are committing your time representing either your unit, representing your school, representing your community as parents or students. And as I mentioned to the community, it's important that the shared resources that are being provided to them are disseminated to all of their colleagues, all of the staff, about where we're at, what we've been doing, what models have we been collaborating with, and samples that we've been sharing. And there is a shared document folder that we all have access to and can provide that to all of our community members if information is requested. So I invite our task force members to ensure that they are doing their due diligence and holding their responsibility to represent their communities, and also sharing that information out too. I'm relying heavily on that to help us get through these next couple of weeks. On the end of just my comments, as a community, we can't do this together only at the school district. A lot of our partners in our area have come forward, provided support, provided moral support, and also some support to complete some initiatives that we've been wanting to do. I want to give a shout out and thank you to the city of El Monte and also our Rotary. 5 points for El Monte South El Monte for their generous support of our graduation banners that they provided and placed on our campuses and throughout our city. It was a beautiful scenery to see them across this community, and also just a reminder that the class of 2020 is significant and important to all of us. I also want to thank the El Monte Promise Foundation, who reached out to us and said they would take the lead to try to get our banner project completed, and that was one of our ongoing goals, to ensure that our class of 2020 was featured throughout the entire district boundary communities, including the cities of El Monte, South El Monte, and Rosemead, who have collaborated with us and shared resources and also supported the project. And I know that they have their own challenges, but it's been very rewarding to see that they're very supportive of our schools, in particular our high schools. And also a special shout out to Longo Toyota, who is making a large contribution to the actual banners, and we probably couldn't do it without them. So I want to make sure that we recognize them today, as they are on board with recognizing the class of 2020. So on behalf of just myself and our entire district, I want to thank the entire El Monte Union community for hanging in there. Your support, we will need it. We will need that ongoing dialogue and work together over the next couple of weeks. And thank you also to our Board of Trustees, who have provided that opportunity for us to continue our work as we see fit for our district. So, Mr. Briones, I have concluded the update for our board today.
Thank you, Dr. Zuniga. Do any of my colleagues have any questions?
Mr. Briones, I have a question. In terms of this agenda, if we board members have questions, I feel that this agenda that you put, I'm always trying to figure out whether I make my comments under communications. Is that board communications, or is it under future comments? Where exactly will you allow for us to speak or ask questions that may come to us as we're hearing people speak, or we want to ask those questions? When do you want that? Or
Sure, that's a good clarifying question. So right now, if you have any questions regarding the comments that Dr. Zuniga has shared, I think that this would be a good opportunity to ask Dr. Zuniga questions on the topics he brought up. If you have comments that you want to make regarding future agenda items, any communication that you want to share, or any other comments that you want to make, that would be under Section G, Board Communication and Roundtable, a topic or issues to be brought forward for future agenda items. That would be the opportunity for the board to have a discussion, or for you to make comments on something that's unrelated to agenda items.
you said G1, is that what you told me? G1?
Yes.
Because under G1, all I see that it says is topic issues to be brought forward to future agenda items. My question is, I have questions, not necessarily pertaining to Dr. Zuniga's presentation, but as we've been discussing, I've been holding back on questions that I have. So you haven't really answered my question.
So it would be under item G, Board Communication and Roundtable. If you have questions or comments that you want to make, because we did combine the board member communication and the roundtable item several months ago. So it would be at that time, that would be your opportunity when we go member by member.
So that's gonna come at the end of the meeting, is what you're saying?
Yes, prior to us recessing into closed session.
Okay.
And Mr. Briones and Mr. Padilla, if I may, under the public content, more of a better description of what that item entails. The Board of Trustees has the opportunity to make an announcement or forward a communication with regards to the El Monte High School District. But also in addition, each board member will have the opportunity to discuss items that were not submitted in time for the agenda, which may possibly be an agenda item at the next board meeting too. So hopefully that helps a little bit more about, having the two opportunities, both future item for discussion and roundtable updates.
Okay, Dr. Zuniga, you're saying it's not under D3, it's under D1 is what you're saying also, Dr. Zuniga, yes?
I see G1 where the opportunity is also allowed for that opportunity now.
Wait, you said also though, that's why I'm confused. Can I make my comments now under communications, or that's specifically to you, the superintendent?
This portion right now is specific to the superintendent. When we have a student trustee member, we also open it up to the student trustee member since they may potentially need to leave prior to us getting to roundtable at the end of the meeting.
Okay.
I have a question, President Briones, for Dr. Zuniga.
Go ahead, Mrs. Morgan.
Dr. Zuniga, in regards to the task force, I'm really glad to hear that we have a lot of stakeholders that are participating. Did we provide a survey also to our teachers, to all of our classified staff, and then also to the students in regards to preparing or kind of doing like a pulse check as to where they're at right now and how they're feeling about coming back to school? I'm curious. I know that in our adjourning district, we've done that, and I think that that's provided a lot of great data to be able to plan. So I was just wondering if that has also been done with our district.
That's a great question. Thank you, Ms. Morgan. We sent out the survey for parents today. We looked at a sample of a staff survey that we are finalizing, will be released before the end of this week. And also as a high school, it's important that we also get the kids' input too. One of the questions was that when the parents complete the survey, will the students answer the survey along with the parents together? So we initially said we'll do one survey for the family, but we felt that we may get more responses from students as well with a different opinion. So we wanted to roll out the second wave of the survey just for students only. So that also is our goal to release it also by Friday. So this week we would have all surveys released if we are able to schedule those. And again, the challenge was for the families to make sure that we had 4 languages put into that survey that go out to all of our families.
Great. I'm glad to hear that, because I think that is the role of the task force, is to look at what the data is showing and make decisions based on what the stakeholders have provided, their opinions on where they're at and what they're thinking on. And so, yeah, I'm glad to hear that that's going to be happening.
That is an important factor, Ms. Morgan, because it'll also, the data that would be provided will allow us to make a better determination about staffing, about which kids would be online, how many teachers would be allocated for possibly online, how many kids in the classroom you would see, to think about what a good schedule would be good for all the kids depending on enrollment coming into the campus, instead of having kids stay at home. So it's very important that we also try to get a figure about how many kids plan to come back on campus, or they're the ones that are saying, no, I'm good, I'm going to stay home because I don't feel good coming back. So very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Morgan. Any other comments or questions for Dr. Zuniga?
Yeah, this is Board Member Diaz. With respect to the survey that's being sent out, is that only being sent out in English, or is it being sent out in multiple languages?
The parents, the survey that we sent out today was in English, in Spanish, in Vietnamese, and in Cantonese.
Great. I'm wondering, if we do follow up while we have parents or students engage, if there's an opportunity for us to, maybe just act as a facilitator or a resources referral. If like people do indicate, maybe they need food or other types of assistance, or if we could just in the survey insert a link of resources, that are available to them locally. I'm sure that Dr. Zuniga, you have a resource list somewhere for families, if you are sending that email out to them, so that if they do need food or healthcare or other types of assistance, that it can already be included in the survey that's being sent out to them.
Yeah, that's another important key point, Mr. Diaz, and we've been planning when we dismissed the students for school closure as part of our COVID plan, that those resources were embedded within our plan, published through our district website, so that the parents can engage themselves into the information that's being provided, whether it's nutrition services, whether it's social and emotional support. Even as we know, we're a high school district, but even childcare becomes important too, which resources can be provided. We'll also think about how to blend that into the survey, or send another communication piece to identify where they can find these resources from the district, and also consider other opportunities. But I also would like to report that that plan is embedded in our actual reopening of school plan too, because that's going to be ongoing. As you can imagine, that these resources, once our lunch program's over the summer, we may have to continue some shape or form to support our families who are dealing with either job loss or economically, period.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz. If there are no further questions, we'll move on to the consent agenda. Okay, so for consent, are there any items that a member of the Board of Trustees would like to hold for discussion? Mr. Diaz?
None for me, sir.
Thank you. Mrs. Morgan?
None for me, President.
Thank you. Mr. Salcido?
No, my questions were answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Padilla?
No items at this time.
Thank you. So at this time, I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded
by Mrs. Morgan. Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Yes. Mr. Padilla? We have roll call. Mr. Padilla?
Aye.
Mr. Diaz?
Aye.
Mr. Salcedo?
Aye.
Ms. Morgan?
Aye.
Mr. Briones?
Aye.
Consent item vote is 5-0.
Thank you. The consent agenda has been approved 5-0. Moving on to the regular agenda. Item number 1, consider approval to enter into agreement with DLR Group in response to RFP number 2020-2021 P4, Architecture Services, South El Monte High School Modernization Project. Is there a motion to approve the item?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mrs. Morgan, seconded by Mr. Salcido. Any questions or discussion? Hearing none, Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Mr. Padilla?
Aye.
Mr. Diaz?
Aye.
Mr. Salcedo?
Aye.
Morgan?
Aye.
And Mr. Briones?
Aye.
Yeah, the vote is 5-0.
Thank you. The motion is carried by a vote of 5-0. Item number 2, consider approval to award bid number 2020-21 B7, installation of district-owned flooring materials at El Monte High School and South El Monte High School to Craft Custom Flooring Contractors. Is there a motion to approve this item?
I'll move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Salcedo. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Morgan. Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Thank you. Mr. Padilla?
Aye.
Mr. Diaz?
Aye.
Ms. Morgan?
Aye.
Mr. Salcedo?
Aye.
Mr. Briones?
Aye.
The vote is 5-0.
Thank you. Motion is carried 5-0. Item number 3, consider approval of memorandum of understanding between the El Monte Union High School District and the Los Angeles County Office of Education to provide internet hotspot devices to eligible students. Is there a motion to approve this item?
Move to
Move
approve.
to approve.
Just a quick question.
Moved by Mr. Diaz. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Morgan. Questions or discussion?
Eddie, are we capped at 100 devices?
I'm sorry, Mr. Salcido, can you give me 1 second? If all the other members could mute themselves. Mr.
Are we
Salcido, go
capped
ahead.
at 100 devices?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that one more time? You broke up.
One more time. Are we capped at 100 devices?
From the County Office of Education, we are capped at 100 at this time.
Okay. And should we need more, is that just, do we use that program or do we just, general fund money, or how's that going to work? Maybe Eric?
This is a great question, Mr. Salcedo. This is one of many providers that we were able to tap into. This came to us at the end of the school year. So as the MOU came late, we had to have this as part of the agreement. We also were provided from the California Department of Education devices and opportunity for a discount at a 50% rate for the service. We purchased 100 MiFi devices from Verizon directly and took advantage of the discount that was provided for schools at this time. And we also were able to receive 50 devices from one of our neighboring school districts who had additional devices. All this came during distance learning, and we were able to get those. So there's a lot that we were able to compile during that time. In addition to that, as a school district who is a participant of the Million MiFi program, we are anticipating over 1,500 devices, MiFi devices this summer to provide for our incoming students and any outgoing students who don't have one. So we're very fortunate to be part of that program. And that also will continue. And as you know, that these MiFi will follow these kids over the next 4 years when they get their device.
Dr. Zuniga,
Yes, sir.
can I say a couple of things real quick on this?
Uh-huh.
Okay, first of all, I'd like to have Mr. Stillman say a few things, but I just want to let you guys know that I'm very proud of him. We are getting 1,500 MiFi devices from the $1 million MiFi device project. He's been working very hard with them. And also our Chromebooks and covers have already come in. They've been distributed to schools for incoming ninth graders. He's done a lot of work on this. Eric Stillman, you'd like to say a couple things?
Thank you. Any other questions from the board?
Just a question, Dr. Zuniga. A while back, Senator Susan Rubio's Giselle Sorial, I think, is the field representative, asked for your number, and I gave her your number, and it was something regarding that. Did we ever get anything from the senator?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Dean. I had a message. I received a message from the senator herself, and you're correct. These were tablets that were going to be provided to the school district, and as of that date, I have not received any update or information. But I'll be more than happy to follow up to see if there's any movement on that. But these were specific to tablets, such as like an iPad or a tablet pad. So I'm sure that resource would be beneficial to our kids if we're able to also get those too.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. Any other comments or questions on this item? Okay, seeing none, this item has been moved and seconded. Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Padilla?
Yes, aye.
Mr. Diaz?
Aye.
Mr. Salcedo?
Aye.
Ms. Morgan?
Aye.
And Mr. Briones?
Aye.
The vote is 5-0.
Thank you. The motion is carried 5-0. Item number 4, discuss and review new board policy 0470 COVID-19 mitigation plan, first reading. Are there any questions or comments on this particular item? Mr. Salcido? None. Mr. Diaz?
Yeah, can we talk a little bit more about personal protective equipment? And I know it's in here, personal protective equipment and hygiene practices. So while they're in class, all students will be required, along with staff, will be required to wear these face coverings at all times.
Great question. One of the most popular questions we had yesterday during our superintendent's meeting at LACO. And that question was entered in yesterday and today when Dr. Ferrer confirmed that this will be the guideline from the county as she's moving forward with that and her final plan. But she also understands that there are going to be some circumstances where students will not be able to wear the mask given health conditions. In circumstances, under those conditions, these students will have to work closely with the school setting to provide them either a setting or environment that is both safe for them as well as others too. So we will work hand in hand with the schools, also with the county, to support any isolated issue that we have for students that aren't able to wear the mask as directed by the county and under these guidelines too.
Yeah, and I think, you know, some of the discussion or things that I've read, you know, obviously places when folks are outside at a lower risk versus when they're inside. And so I'm wondering, you know, how we're going, you know, physical education that occurs, right? Obviously, if students are going to be required to wear a mask as well, and then with respect to extracurricular activities, you know, are they going to be allowed to continue at this time, or is that still unclear?
It's my understanding that all students and staff will be required, as long as they're on campus, to wear the mask, and as long as there is a setting where they can be, they could come alongside individuals. So, you know, with the social distancing and where they're at, it's all circumstantial. We received also a note that sports, for example, extracurricular, they can begin to practice meaning individual conditioning, separate from team practice sports, what we always know as far as the type of sports that we do see. And it's very different from what this guideline would provide. It's just allowing these teams to start their conditionings where they're separated and they're either doing different things at different times. So that would be allowed, but under those guidelines still. That's a great question, whether those individuals would need to wear those masks. But I think the reason why the sports are limited still is because it's going to provide still that social distancing order while they're doing their sport activities outside of the school setting.
Yeah, and beside, you know, the practicing and that type of are we expecting to see regular season in the fall for sports?
Currently, CIF has provided guidelines, and in a nutshell, what they're saying is that we are doing our best to stay on schedule. They're also thinking of postponing and moving the schedule to a later start to allow more time. And at the end of the day, when they do the fall sport, it's going to be up to each LEA to make the decision whether the district would permit our students to compete. And keep in mind that right now, the only sport that in the fall that is allowable is tennis. Obviously, that's an individual sport, obviously no more than a pair. That's one. Even cross country, because when runners run close in proximity, that's still something that is not allowed to compete right now or practice together at the same time. So we're monitoring that closely. CIF has kind of basically said we want this, but it's going to be up to your district to decide whether they want to participate or not.
Yeah.
If I may chime in, Mr. Diaz. I believe there's a LA Times article from June 12th that states that CIF, where is it? CIF will announce, decision will be made by July 20th, whether fall sports will begin as scheduled. So even then, we're not clear if they're going to recommend moving forward with fall sports. And even if they do, as Dr. Zuniga has already stated, there will be some limitations placed on certain sports during the fall.
Yeah, I guess I'm just concerned about like being contradictory, right, in our messaging, where like, you know, we have staggered school schedules and cohorts of students coming in that are all like going in together, but then, you know, in the fall we'll allow students to be in team sports. Like, football is very intimate, right? You know, you have them exchange, like hitting each other and tackling each other. There's a lot of air exchange that happens. It is outdoors, right? And so, like, you know, there's some contradiction in some of the practices, and so I want to make sure that we're thoughtful about that too. It's kind of like when I've seen, if you go to like a grocery store, if you go to a bank, or if you go to some other location, you know, 6 feet apart, you know, north and south, but east and west, you have like, you know, a dot right next to you, right? Where the person can stand right next to you, but it has to be, you know, north and south 6 feet away. So it's kind of, you know, defeats the purpose in that respect. So this is by no means like an easy task. By no means an easy task in terms of what we're going to do. But Dr. I'm also curious to hear your thoughts or like any exploration around, you know, creating outdoor learning environments, since we do know that being outdoors, you know, you mitigate the risk than being indoors. Has there been any conversation about where applicable creating outdoor learning environments?
Yeah, another great question, and we are open and inviting creativity when it comes to holding classes outside with every opportunity for students. I know also physical education, it's still required as part of our graduate requirements. So we're going to have to explore those large settings. And we are inviting any opportunity to explore outside. The unfortunate part is that because of spacing, you'd have to look at each school individually by map about where those open spaces would be. Because even when you have for example, from what I understood, it's choir. So choir will not be permitted as part of the guidelines, but they're going to be permitted to allow virtual choir. For band, one example that you would be allowed to do a band practice, but with the social distancing. It's kind of unusual because I believe choir groups may be larger or more intimate, where it requires that volume and that music and, you know, the synchrony of that. So I can understand where they're going with that, but it's going to be in every situation by every program. How many folks we can fit into the cafeteria, for example, to eat lunch. Those definitely going to have to be staggered. And we haven't mentioned that a lot of our goals is to identify the markings about the one-way pass and everything else that require that distancing. But I agree with you wholeheartedly about the challenges that we will face with every component of the school setting, specifically for high schools.
Yeah, I think, you know, it's a difficult task ahead. And, you know, I would encourage us to look at when available or applicable for us to do or consider like an outdoor learning environment. I know for Mountain View High School, you know, there was that long-term outdoor cafeteria that was propped up due to the cafeteria being burnt down. You know, Mr. Larry Sissel can attest to the popularity of like people hanging out outside. And I think that if we have an opportunity to create more outdoor learning environments that are going to reduce the risk, you know, keeping in mind like the constraints of 21st century learning, necessities around equipment, all those other things. But if we can create like these temporary outdoor learning environments, I think that, you know, we should at least look into that, you know, very strongly. Then the other thing that I didn't see in here, I know that we reference health screening of students. Is there been any discussion or guidance from the county or the state about us being more proactive in respect to testing? I know that last time I brought up, you know, antibody testing versus diagnostic testing, and if there will be an availability for school districts to tap into that, or maybe to roll out a robust kind of testing procedure, because I know that, you know, asymptomatic persons can still spread that. So has there been any more guidance in respect to testing?
The initial guidance was that the guidelines would provide the screening of both students and staff upon entering the campus, and that would be done more about the temperature, taking the thermometer. I believe from my dialogue with my colleagues is that Opportunities for testing on-site would be a collaborative effort, either through the county or through organization partners that would provide resources for testing for our families. Keep in mind that we are not health officials. We are educators. So we are not the experts about testing and who to test, how to test. So we're going to need those resources from other organizations within either the county or the community about those experts that can assist us with that. But in our community of the Monte Union, I think that's one of the services that we could definitely provide to our families who may be limited to their testing area, their sites, or even transportation. But Mr. Diaz, will continue to look into that. I think that's an important factor to at least provide to families if there's any opportunity for partnerships.
Yeah, and I think this is like representative of I look at it as like we need some type of regional leadership so that it's collaborative across the board, right? As you just mentioned, we're an education institution, and we really need to lean on the LA County Department of Public Health to provide, testing and resources to us. Similarly, you've seen this play out poorly nationally, right? Where the president has failed to help people, with resources, testing, masks, et cetera. And so the states have been left a bit among each other. I think that, for us, we're doing that in terms of resources, right? The testing resources, who can get what. I wouldn't like to see that. It should be more of a regional collaborative effort. And I think ultimately, until we have a cure, right, we need to be very cognizant of testing because the asymptomatic folks may be carriers. And we have to be very cognizant that we do have, we have very young students, but at the same time, we do have staff with underlying conditions, right, that are going to be on campus. And so how are we going to, mitigate their risk, right? So again, to my colleagues and everyone here involved, this is not an easy task at all whatsoever. But I think we really need to think very carefully about what we're going to do next and how to mitigate the disease, and then also what our reactions are going to be. How proactive can we be in this situation?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Diaz.
Dr. Zuniga, when do you anticipate bringing this item back for final approval?
Next week.
Next week? Okay.
Yep.
I'm guessing that between now and next week, we may have updates to those public health orders and additional guidance from the Department of Public Health. So if there is anything, if you could provide us an update,
sure,
so that we're aware of any changes, any substantive changes that are made, so we're all on the same page. I've reviewed the item, and just as Mr. Diaz had some questions, I did too, though I think Mr. Diaz may have touched on most of them. My primary question, and I don't think we'll have a solid answer yet, and Mr. Diaz brought it up about those individuals who can't wear face coverings. I'm kind of thinking about it in the same terms as vaccinations. We ask that our students, or we require that our students are vaccinated, so that those students who can't be vaccinated, either because they have some immune disorder or a reaction to vaccines, there's still sufficient number of individuals who are vaccinated, who are protected. So my hope would be that in this instance, it would be something similar, that there are sufficient students and other members of the community on the campus that are wearing face coverings or mouth coverings, so that those individuals who genuinely cannot wear one for whatever medical reason are still afforded some level of protection. And again, that may be something that we will receive additional information from the Department of Public Health. That's all I had. Any other comments or questions on this item?
Yeah, I guess my last inquiry is, have we thought about it all, like the outcome of, students that may, not want to wear a mask or commit acts, not in alignment with the board policy, and potential outcomes for students, or what that looks like?
And Mr. Diaz, we understand that kids, even dealing with coming back to school, is already an emotional thing for them. And we also understand that they may not be comfortable either wearing the mask or refusing to do it because of just in their beliefs, whatever the case. And we're just talking about those incidents where we would have that. I am certain that we're going to have those not only with students, but with families who, do not want that for those kids, for their kid to come onto campus and have the mask on. For whatever reason it is, we have to respect it. But that's why it's important that we have these different types of learning environments for all kids. Whether if the kid does not want to wear that mask, we don't discipline them. We provide them with options and say, here's another option that you do have. Unfortunately, we also have to consider the safety of all of our other kids and staff when there's an individual student that has no underlying condition or health issues. But it's more about the individual communication that both the district and the school would have to work with the family about how we can better support that kid if that student refuses or does not want to wear that mask.
So we'll customize the educational plan based on the need and safety of each individual student and preference by family.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. That's all for me, President Briones.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz. Any other comments or questions from the board? Okay, seeing none, thank you for your input. We'll move on to item number 5. Discuss, review, and revise board policy and administrative regulation 6000 series, parent involvement in high school graduation requirements, first reading. Dr. Zuniga, do you want to give some background on this particular item?
Yes, and then also Mr. Cecil has been working on this too. I think one of the highlights in this area is just really the parent involvement is more about the specific updates provided through Gamut and information that we have received. And one of the most important factors that are critical here is the decision to allow us another year to ensure that the ethnic studies is done with not only with transparency, but with input, given the circumstances now and given the lack of professional development that was not granted for our educators to prepare to teach a course that is more relevant than ever now. So we feel that it's important that we don't run into or rush into instituting a requirement when we are not prepared to do that, and that there's a lot of opportunities for us to continue forming a curriculum that is robust, that is centered towards equity and students and in our community. And also we could advocate for, in a larger sense for the state, because I know that there's also a continuing support for ethnic studies at the state level for the adoption process. So that has been some of the things that we've been discussing, and challenges and input provided from the actual committee did recommend that, given the circumstances, that it would be only good for us to look at that as an opportunity to make it even stronger for the following year. And Mr. Cecil, I'm not sure if you have any other information from the committee.
Yeah. We pretty much talked to all the social science departments, consulted with them on this. We discussed it. And they also feel, because one of the commitments we're making is that we do a very solid professional development with the teachers prior to them teaching this class. This will also give us opportunity to really look at different curriculum out there, because we have the course outline done, but we're going to look at different resources, bringing them in and really develop it over the year. And we also felt that, like this summer, we wanted to really roll it out this summer, not for classes. We felt that doing this for a first time online would be a lot of challenges, because right now our staff is even going through 30 hours for summer school and how to teach first time instruction or recovery for our summer school sessions, and the amount of 2 weeks to do this in. So we want to do due diligence in offering this course. We're very committed in offering it. Gives us a little more time to really stay focused and to really make this an incredible class and opportunity for our students.
Mr. Briones, if I may.
Yes, Mrs. Morgan.
Thank you. So although I appreciate the desire to make sure that we do have a robust program and class, I do want to state that we've actually been working on this for the last few years. I want to say probably 2 to 3 years that ethnic studies has come up. And I really want to make sure that we are prioritizing that class for our students. And I get it. I understand that, with the pandemic, it might have pushed things a little bit further. But I think that, every year we kind of have done that, where it's like, okay, well, next year we'll look at it. Oh, we're going to get another year. And, you know, we've got some very, very smart, intelligent students that have gone through our school systems and are now coming back and are questioning us as to why we haven't provided this type of classes for our students. And I know I shared this with Dr. Zuniga earlier today, but, you know, I when I went back to school, I was in my 30s. And I remember when I took my ethnic studies classes, I thought the same thing. And this is an adult, you know, I've already had life experiences. But one of the things that really struck me was the fact that I felt that in high school, I wasn't given the opportunity to learn about real history. And so I just want to make sure that we are working towards that, and no excuses. We need to keep pushing forward, and we need to prioritize that. So I'm looking forward to us finally getting this done for next school year. I mean, if we're pushing that until, you know, for the following freshmen that come in 21, 22. But I really want to challenge us to not keep pushing it to the back burner. We need to get this approved. And so I'm looking forward to that, but please continue to prioritize that.
Can I comment on that real quick? We're going to be, even now, we're even talking about, okay, materials and purchasing and training. What I really like to do is offer a couple of pilot classes in the spring, just so that we get a good idea and have a solid curriculum for our students. The other thing is, we're really looking at how can we infuse a lot of these concepts in other core and elective areas of our school. Because I'm really committed. Growing up in this community, I also didn't have those opportunities when I was in high school. And I think it is so valuable and so important that we do this due diligence and actually get it done.
Thank you. And I think that in this political climate right now, everything that's happening, it is even more important for us to educate our students as well.
I'd like to,
Mrs. Morgan.
Go
ahead, Mr. Padilla.
Yeah, I agree with my colleague, Mrs. Morgan and stuff. I think that something has happened. There's a big shift in this country where people have finally woken up, you know? We finally have woken up. Some white people have finally woken up, and some Latinos have finally woken up that racism isn't just about Black people. You know, racism isn't just, talking to your one Black friend. And I say one Black friend because I only have one Black friend growing up here that I met at Rosemead. And I remember having conversations with him, but I remember always feeling like, well, should I ask him that? Will this offend him? And I think it's time that we have these conversations. And one of the places that we can have as Latinos to have this conversation is in ethnic studies, you know? And I know that there's those naysayers that think like, oh, this is just a racist class that's going to empower Latino kids to be anti-white and all this stuff. And it's not that, you know, ethnic studies is not just about Latino culture. It's about, you know, embracing the different cultures, because just like Mrs. Morgan went to, you know, college in her 30s and already had life experiences, you know, when you go there, it's culture shock. So when you say, Mr. Cecil, well, let's have a little pilot class, and let me tell you something. We're never going to have the perfect program. We need to have the discussions now. You know, whether it's through a pilot program, and I agree, we've been fiddle farting around trying to get this passed because it wasn't going to work with the master's schedule, and it was going to mess up this stuff, and, you know, just a bunch of the excuses that I heard about making it uncomfortable for the master's schedule, or not making it work, or not making it jive, or, you know, it's never going to be the right time. I have to tell you, Mr. Cecil, if there's the time, now is the time that we must act and put our money where our mouth is. And in terms of responsibility, yeah, I blame myself. I blame myself because we should have put more pressure on our administration to get this going. And we wouldn't be on year 2 or year 3 or phasing it in, you know, until this crisis happens. We have got to talk about these issues in our schools. And if we're not talking about these issues in our schools, then we're going to have another problem like we had in back when I got out of high school in 1992, graduated in 91, and then in 92. And now here we are, so many years later, the same stuff. And if it doesn't happen in our schools, where the hell is it going to happen?
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. Any other comments from the board?
Yeah, really quick. This is something that we need to lead the discussion on. The kids are talking about it. They're hearing things on TV, on radio. We knew we wanted this ethnic studies a while back, and I don't think it can wait. We have to move forward with it. Okay. That's where I stand. Our kids are confused. They don't feel like they're being listened to, and we need to just grab the bull by the horns, and we need to do it. Okay. I'm not in favor of pushing it any further back.
Okay.
You guys know the buck stops here. With us 5 board members, and I think that not speaking for David, but I'm pretty sure we all kind of feel the same. And I'm, for one, and just not in favor of pushing it any further back.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Salcido. Mr. Diaz, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I'll just echo the sentiments of all my colleagues. I think, like Mrs. Morgan, humanities, ethnic studies is one of the things that changed my life when I was at Rio Hondo College. And I know that when I brought this forward as making ethnic studies a requirement for graduation, was rooted in my own learning and development at the time and the impact that it had on my life. And I think that, especially with everything going on, this is a statement by the Almani Union High School District and its commitment to making sure that students know their history. And I would want us to move forward as planned and not push it back an additional year.
Okay. We can do that.
Mr. Diaz. And if I could chime in, I think you've heard from the rest of my colleagues on the board, and you have the consensus from them, and as well as from myself. We're living through history now, and I think now would be the time to embrace that history and to put it into practice. And I appreciate the very passionate comments from the rest of my colleagues, and I agree with them. Now is not the time to push this further back. I understand that COVID-19 threw a wrench into everything, but as was stated earlier, there is no perfect. So I would recommend that when you bring this item back for the second reading, that the 6146.1 board policy be amended to return back to the class of 2024, so that we implement this requirement now.
Got it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other comments or questions on this item? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to item number 6. Discuss, review, and revise board bylaws 9270, conflict of interest, first reading. Any questions or comments on this item?
I'm sorry, I've been away a little bit. Just to confirm on this one, did we ever find out if there are any existing contracts that did have a conflict of interest, Dr. Zuniga? I know that was like a follow-up action requested from the board.
I know Mr. Alatar did some research on that. Not sure if he had any findings found on that. Mr. Alatar?
Yeah, we didn't find contracts, but we did find some language from other school districts that emphasize the conflict of interest for financial purposes for all employees, and we actually copied one of those into the proposed revision.
Yeah, but with respect to like current Monte high school district employees having contracts outside with their own respective businesses as vendors, we didn't find any of those, right?
No, we did not.
Okay.
That's basically the focus for the conflict of interest before was mainly on board members and as well as the officers and management. but this language here includes cover all employees directly and indirectly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz. Any further comments or questions from the board? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to item number 7. Consider approval of resolution number 42-19/20 in support of a safe, healthy, and district-specific reopening process informed by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention guidelines. Is there a motion to approve this resolution?
Move to approve.
Moved by
I'll
Mrs.
second.
Morgan. Is there a second? Sorry, I had a first by Mrs. Morgan. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Salcedo. Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Sure, thank you. Mr. Padilla?
Aye.
Mr. Diaz?
Aye.
Mr. Salcedo?
Aye.
Ms. Morgan?
Aye.
And Mr. Briones?
Aye.
And the vote is 5-0.
Thank you. Motion is carried by a vote of 5-0. Item number 8, consider approval of resolution number 43-19/20 for Juneteenth Celebration Day. I move to approve this item. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Salcedo. Before we move on to the vote on this item, I do want to make a couple comments regarding this particular item, if I could find my notes. If you guys will indulge me in a second while I go through every single tab that I left open for some reason. And there it is. It was hiding behind the board docs. So I actually wanted to make a comment on this particular item. I know in 2018, I brought this up during our board member communications, and it occurred to me that we actually didn't pass a resolution then or in 2019. And considering the circumstances that we are in today regarding the call to action about police brutality and the mistreatment of people of color, particularly those who are African American or Black, I think it's even more important that we acknowledge the failures of our country and the deficiencies that many of us face today. And if I could take a moment of personal privilege to read a portion of Dr. Martin Luther King's "I Have a Dream" speech that really spoke to me when I was putting together or rewriting this resolution that I found from another organization. Dr. King in his speech said, "In a sense, we've come to our nation's capital to cash a check. When the architects of our republic wrote the magnificent words of the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence, they were signing a promissory note to which every American was to fall heir. This note was a promise that all men, yes, Black men as well as white men, would be guaranteed the unalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It is obvious today that America has defaulted on this promissory note, insofar as her citizens of color are concerned. Instead of honoring the sacred obligation, America has given the Negro people a bad check, a check which has come back marked insufficient funds. But we refuse to believe that the Bank of Justice is bankrupt. We refuse to believe that there are insufficient funds in the great vaults of opportunity of this nation. And so we've come to cash this check, a check that will give us, upon demand, the riches of freedom and the security of justice. We have also come to this hallowed spot to remind America of the fierce urgency of now. This is no time to engage in the luxury of cooling off or to take the tranquilizing drug of gradualism. Now is the time to make real the promises of democracy. Now is the time to rise from the dark and desolate valley of segregation to the sunlit path of racial justice. Now is the time to lift our nation from the quicksands of racial injustice to the solid rock of brotherhood. Now is the time to make justice a reality for all of God's children. With that being said, this item has been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion or comments?
Mr. Briones, if I may, I just want to thank you for having brought this resolution forward. I think it is very important that us, as a school board and as a district, to acknowledge this. And I'm sorry, I might get emotional, so I'm going to keep it just short. But again, I do want to thank you for having brought this forward, and I'm very happy and very humbled at the same time to support this resolution.
Thank you, Mrs. Morgan. Any further comments?
Just want to thank you as well. Those who get history are doomed to repeat it. And so thank you for reading that from Martin Luther King, one of our great leaders in our nation. And I know that at times we look at our Cesar Chavez as our Martin Luther King, but both of them come from the same place of empowering people and allowing them to speak their minds and not stand back in the shadows and stuff. And so thank you for bringing that forward and for just defending, the rights that we are all entitled to as Americans. And sometimes we do have those days where we doubt it, even as Latinos, and I know I always say, I know in the past I've said, I know this makes people uncomfortable, but our jail systems are full of Black people and full of Mexicans, and I specifically say Mexicans, I don't say Latinos, and I know that ruffles feathers and it makes people uncomfortable, but if we don't talk about uncomfortable stuff, whether it's ethnic studies or, the fear that other people that are not, brown or colored people have, things are never going to change and stuff. So thank you for reminding us of history. And, I don't want to go another, since 1992 to 2020 and see it repeat itself, there's got to be an end to it because, yeah, it does get you emotional, Mrs. Morgan might get emotional, like sentimental, and it just causes rage. It causes me a lot of anger. Like, when can we talk about it? We always have that unspoken rule. Well, don't talk politics. Oh, well, don't talk religion. Well, don't talk race. Well, if we don't ever talk about it, when the hell is it going to get any better? When do our kids get to talk about it? So thank you for reading that. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. And I do want to share one final thing. Those words were spoken 57 years ago. And here we are in 2020, and those words have to be repeated. Any other comments from my colleagues?
It does have to be repeated. And I have to say this, I'm glad that finally, more white people have come on board because white privilege does exist. I mean, I learned about white privilege when I was in college. I didn't know about it prior to that. And I want to thank all those white people who have finally seen the light and are willing to talk about it and not be uncomfortable about it and ask questions and read about, the issues from Black authors, from Latino authors, not from another Caucasian person who thinks they know all about Latino culture or all about Black culture. Because at the end of the day, I am a Latino man. No matter how white I try to be or function within the system, everybody will see me as a Latino man. They will always see me before they hear me. And so to those people that have finally seen the light that say, oh, I'm colorblind, I don't see color in my family, I'm glad that they're finally saying that is a false statement, that there is no such thing. There is no such thing. And I'm glad to those white people that have finally admitted that. And the reality is that we will always have some racist Latinos. We will always have some racist African Americans, some racist white people. But I think that through these discussions, we can lessen that. Can we change it overnight? No. That's like El PRI in Mexico, the ruling party for 71 years, and trying to change it overnight. But the time is now. We must act. We must have these conversations. We must not feel uncomfortable and have these conversations with our kids. And the whole thing about when is it right and when is it not, it's never the right time. We just have to start and let things go and have everybody appreciate each other and their culture, not trying to make me feel that one culture is better than the other, or that I have to be, Caucasian or white when I'm in this world. Like, it's okay with what I bring to the table. Talking with my hands. Okay, well, I'm not supposed to because I'm an elected official. All those fallacies and things that somebody made up that we can't break. We must break those things and just be ourselves. And I'm glad that the LGBTQ, Mr. Briones, you always come and we have flown our flag. I'm glad that they too are joining this cause, because it all comes from that same place. Fear, hate, all those ugly words that come to mind when we're trying to oppress people. So the time is now. Thank you for reading that.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. Doctor, if there are no further comments, Dr. Zuniga, if you could take a roll call vote.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Padilla.
Aye, 10 times.
Mr. Diaz.
Aye.
Mr. Salcedo.
Aye.
Ms. Morgan.
Aye.
And Mr. Briones.
Aye.
The vote is 5-0.
Thank you. The motion is carried by a vote of 5-0. Item number 9, consider approval of memorandum of understanding between the Amani Union Educators Association and the Amani Union High School District concerning the district's response to the coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic. Is there a motion to approve this item?
Move to approve.
Is there a second? I will make the second to approve the item. Any questions or discussion on this item?
Just comments. I just want to thank Dr. Zuniga for the work that he's done. But I have to tell you, Dr. Zuniga, sometimes I have to laugh because we had some public comment today, and you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. Okay, I'm just glad that you responded to the fact that you have so many people working on this task force, and you're right. We're living in unprecedented time, and no one's going to get it right. Just like we can't get ethnic space right, and it's never going to be the right time. This is it's never going to be the right time for the task force, and we don't know where we're gonna end up. That's why we need the input for all of the collaboration. We always talk about the 4 C's in education. This task force that you have created is a great example of how we need to come together with all the collaboration. There needs to be communication. And when I say communication, that teacher who said that she was not informed about what's going on, thank you for coming forward to let us know that we're not doing that. I'm glad that Dr. Zuniga announced that he will be talking to the stakeholders, including the teachers. But I would like to ask Dr. Zuniga if you could reach out to that teacher just to let her know all that you've been doing, and also make her a part of this task force, because I'm sure she has some great ideas. The fact that she says that we're going to make decisions that are going to affect the health of so many teachers and so many students and our workers, that's a valid concern. So please reach out back to her. You know who I'm talking about, right, Dr. Zuniga, during public comment?
Yes, Mr. Yeah, I do.
Okay, great. Because we want her to be a part of it. If she wants to be a part of it, hey, the more the merrier, the more ideas that we have. And obviously she's been thinking about it because she came to the board meeting to express this. So I thank her for that. But not because 2 board meetings ago, Miss Bazile, came and told us that they were left out in the cold and they didn't know what was going on. And it was back then that you started this task force. And I know that Mrs. Bazile has acknowledged that. So that's why I say you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. But I want you to know that as a school board member, I'm glad that you created that task force to get, to create synergy. More heads are better than one. And also the critical thinking that's going there. I talked about the 4 C's. We have collaboration in the task force. We have communication. We have critical thinking. And let me tell you, creativity, we're going to have to be very creative in terms of how this hybrid is going to work. You know, the in-person classes or the virtual classes or whatever else we're going to add to that. I think every district in the state of California or in the nation is going to need those 4 C's. And so I want to thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. And as you know, that this is the MOU for the spring that we finalized and finalized today with the support. I have directed staff also to begin the discussions about the fall and the implication of working conditions with both our associations. And I welcome, I invite, I can't stress the fact that it's important that we begin talks as soon as possible related to the working conditions that are come in the fall. So there's some sense of a dialogue and agreement, and that we could come to something before the school year. We cannot wait until August to come to the table and negotiate. We cannot stall anything whatsoever related to the fall. So our goal is to try to come to the table to discuss the effects of the return of school surrounding the collective bargaining agreement, more specific to the school working conditions. So I'm hopeful that we can make that work sooner than later, as soon as possible. I'm talking about tomorrow, but if we can, we'll make it work. And I'm sure CSEA also has had that dialogue with Mr. Ibarra, and I know that Ms. Bazil is also working on trying to get, find some time to have this dialogue. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I just want to say I know it's all somehow connected, whether it's the fall, whether it's the spring, whether it's the winter. The COVID-19 is here to stay, and we're going to have to answer all those questions, both to our stakeholders, our employees, and to our families, and to everybody. Everybody has the same types of questions, whether it's attending or whether it's working, and they're all valid excuses. And so, yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. Any further comments on this item? Okay, seeing none, Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take a roll call vote.
Yes, Mr. Padilla?
Aye.
Mr. Diaz?
Aye.
Mr. Salcedo?
Aye.
Ms. Morgan?
Aye.
And Mr. Briones?
Aye.
And the vote is 5-0.
Thank you. Motion is carried by a vote of 5-0. Okay, moving on to board communications and roundtable. This is an opportunity for board members to bring up, to discuss topics or issues to be brought forward for future agenda items, as well as an opportunity for board member communications. So I will start with Mrs. Morgan.
Thank you, President Briones. So I am going to start with number one, congratulating our class of 2020. I want to congratulate our district for having provided the drive-through diploma pickups. I was at Arroyo High School from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. It was a long day, and it was so well worth it. It was obviously different, but the joy that I had in being able to see the families be active participants while their student was picking up their diploma, I can't express just how awesome that was. Not even in our own traditional graduation ceremonies, and yes, I want us to be able to provide that for them. But when else do our parents actually get to be front and center, at least at Arroyo, front and center during the pickup, and they were part of the parade. They were honking, enjoying themselves, playing some Mexican music, some thumping music, whatever it was that the family enjoyed as they came through. And they got to take pictures. I mean, if you really think about it, during our traditional graduations, you're up in the stands and you're trying to take a picture, and they're like a little speck in your picture if you're able to actually catch them. And here they had the opportunity to take a picture that was within, 10 to 15 feet. And so I do want to congratulate Arroyo High School for an amazing job that they did. The setup was awesome. And but I do know that at the other schools as well, every single site did what they could to make it very special for their students and those families. Unfortunately, I wasn't traveling around, but I have all the faith in the world knowing that our students were able to celebrate to the best of the ability that we were able to provide them. So thank you, Dr. Zuniga. Thank you to all the administrative staff and the school sites for putting them together. So thank you. I wanted to also encourage, actually one question, Dr. Zuniga, when will our district be providing the final task force and reopening plan?
So
do you have a date for that?
Yes, our tentative date, the initial for the instructional model release, our initial goal is July 1st. So once the plan is completed between July 1st and July 15th, that's what we anticipate. But I think giving our students and families, like, here's the 3 options you're going to have, or here's what we're going to do as far as the blended learning, we have a model in place, and that is our goal right there. Shoot that for that. The actual announcement of when the kid decides what program and family, what program is best for them, no later than July 30th, they would have their actual schedule about what they're going to do and when they're going to come to school. So that is our time frame about that. Is July 1st, the initial announcement, followed by the actual plan release, and then by the 30th, give them their actual assignment about what they're going to be assigned to, who, what teacher, what schedule, what days they're going to be on campus. And our goal is to at least have the actual plan completed no later than July 15th.
So I'm looking and I'm thinking about this. This is about 2 weeks, and
Right.
I question if we're going to actually have enough time to gather all of the information from the surveys, from parents, from students, from staff, and then to actually study that and come up with some of the key points that all stakeholders are providing, concerns and such and so forth, because that information needs to be studied by the task force. So I want to throw that out there because I know that that's a really aggressive time frame.
Right.
And
Yeah,
so I'm
absolutely.
hoping that we're still able to provide a little bit of wiggle room, because I think it's very important that we get a good pulse of all of our stakeholders.
Right, that's a great point. We had 4 versions of the spring plan for the response to COVID, and there was a reason for that because we had to do different phases and different updates. So I'm anticipating that this is subject to change and revisions. We're talking about the smaller information that we get as far as changes as response to the COVID and the pandemic, but related to the actual schedule itself about what type of program is suitable for a blended learning program, I think we can get that down pretty well. Of course, that we're going to have to determine how many kids would be able to provide or be served in the classroom given the circumstances. Yeah, that's going to be the biggest challenge, to ensure that the number of students who opt out to this blended learning, that we have a schedule that's suitable for them and their safety as well of our teachers.
Okay. Thank you for that. I also wanted to maybe encourage Dr. Zuniga that we communicate a little bit more frequently. And I know that you have something planned for the 28th, the 29th? The 29th.
The 29th.
I think part of the reason why we had a staff member that was under the impression that we weren't doing anything, that there wasn't any work being done, is because maybe there hasn't been any updates. So I would like to encourage that we provide a little bit more frequent updates. Doesn't have to be a full-on plan, but even just letting them know, here's where we're at. This is how many are part of the task force. We're working on it. So I think that to consider that, because I think that will alleviate the amount of misbeliefs, right? Or not actually having correct information. So I just want to encourage that. The other thing is, hopefully we are also planning possibly another closure. So having a very seamless program for our students and our staff, should there be another closure, we need to make sure that this time we're not being reactive, right? And that's what happened in March. Who expected that? Nobody. And we just had to go into, on mode and just get things done. But I think that now is the time to make sure that we are planning and have a good, solid plan should that happen, and it be seamless. And then finally, I do want to bring up a concern. Hopefully, our facilities and Mr. Alatar are thinking about this. It did get brought up to my attention that, to think about the HVAC systems that we have at our school sites. Some of them have the same system that is for 2 or 3 classrooms, and so the air gets circulated. So the recommendation or the thought was that, to look into like medical grade type filters like they have in the hospitals. So I just want to throw that out there because I know it's a concern. It's a concern for staff. And as we're looking at making sure that we're doing as much as possible to be able to protect our staff and our students, that we look at all aspects. So I just wanted to throw that out there as well. And I believe that's it.
Thank you, Mrs. Morgan. Mr. Diaz?
Yeah, thank you, President. I have a couple things. One, I'm sorry I missed the graduations, but congratulations to the class of 2020 as fireworks go off in the background here. And thank you, Dr. Zuniga and the team for putting that all together under the circumstances that we currently have. The second point that I wanted to bring up is that, in light of the national situation around policing in America, and most recently our neighbors over at LAUSD, we've seen the teachers union call for removing school resource officers or the school police altogether. And so for me, I'm curious, Dr. Zuniga, one, if you've heard anything from our constituents and stakeholders about their attitudes about policing on campus, and then two, if potentially at the next board meeting, we can get a report on diversion programs or approach by the sheriffs that are at South Almonte High School and Rosemead High School, because I know we've heard from Almonte PD and we know that they do have diversion programs already, but I'd really like to hear more about what the sheriffs are doing and what their approach is, and then in the future possibly consider doing some attitudinal surveys around parents and students' perception of police on campus.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz. Do you have any other items?
Have you heard anything from any of our constituents about policing on campus? Dr. Zuniga?
I'm not sure, Mr. Diaz. I think you broke up. Can you repeat that question for us?
Yeah, I'm curious if you've heard anything from our constituents or stakeholders regarding policing on campuses right now.
As of today, I have not heard any complaints or concerns. I did receive a call from a former staff member who was a former teacher. She called inquiring about the actual SROs. I returned the call, but I have not had a chance to speak to her directly. So I'll follow up on her contact. That was the only one that I had received a call from regarding that information related to officers on campus. But I think that having the survey and the input from the students and parents would be a telling story overall. 5-10 years ago, every year the contract comes up, we understand how for a high school, the factor of having a SRO on campus and the purpose of it was something that we've always appreciated and been supported by both the board and our community. But it also has a good conversation to have given the circumstance. I think that is important to have and really look at the kids' input and the parent about what they see with relation to our SROs on campus every day as far as their support on campus as well as outside the campus.
Yeah, and that's what I'm most curious about, hearing back from our students and our parents regarding their attitudes on policing on campus or police officers on campus. Because I think, ultimately this conversation is going to come our way too.
Yeah.
Already happening in LAUSD. It's something that we need to be talking about, especially with the looming budget deficits that Mr. Alatar highlighted or uplifted earlier. I think that this is a discussion that I'd like to get ahead of.
Definitely.
Dr. Zuniga, to the point that Mr. Diaz is making, there have been a couple of years where I've asked you for the data from Chief Reynoso on the contact that our officers have had with our students. And for some reason, and the reason I say that is I'm supportive of SROs as long as the SROs there to build positive relationships, increase social bonding, create, positive rapport with schools. But when I've asked for that data from Chief Reynoso, remind me again what Chief Reynoso has told you when you asked him for the data for each one of our schools and then for the sheriff's department, because I always felt like it fell on deaf ears and I never got anything. Can you refresh my memory on that?
Great question, Mr. Padilla. I did provide a report to the board regarding the data that El Monte PD provided. I did also provide a report from the sheriffs, the information that they compile related to school incidents based on the zip code of the school. So that data has been compiled, and that's how the reports are compiled between El Monte PD and the sheriffs. I can track that and send it out if you'd like, but it may have been over a year ago or 2 years ago that we did that.
Yeah, and can you, I don't remember it, but did it come for multiple years, or was it for 1 year, multiple years? Because I think in the efforts of being transparent to our community, not only should the board have access to that type of information, I'm not saying with names or anything like that, but I think that the public should have the right to see it in honor of transparency, to see the
Mr. Padilla,
that our school resource officers are dealing with on our campuses.
All right.
Mr. Padilla.
I think now is the time for them to see that.
Mr. Padilla, sorry. So if we'll allow Mr. Diaz to ask any final questions, and then I know you've got some issues you want to bring up, so we can get to the last two board members. Mr. Diaz, did you have any items, further items?
No, those two are it for me tonight, Mr. Briones. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Salcido?
Thank you, President Briones. I'm going to piggyback a little bit on Mr. Diaz. And I know, Eddie, sorry you're going to hear it again. I know in the week we've been
have a dialogue on
this policing thing already. And similar to what Mr. Diaz says, I really want to know what our students feel about our SROs, the roles that they play, only because I see a lot of the good. I hear a lot of the good. I see Garcia and Gonzalez, their role in the community. And I know that a lot of the parents look to them for support and for guidance on a lot of issues. And so I don't want to make a knee-jerk reaction here, because they have been really valuable to our communities. And so, and they play a big part. You could say they're family, right? When you look at how long Garcia's been at El Monte High School and some of our other really popular SROs. So I really want to have an honest conversation with our students, even and our parents as well, our community, about the future of our SROs and about some of the tactics, like Mr. Diaz said, from sheriff, because ultimately, whether it's El Monte PD or sheriff, they're the ones that are coming in contact with our students. And I think we need to drive that discussion and be at the table for that. Secondly, I do want to congratulate all of the high schools for putting on just wonderful, better than expected ceremonies. I know I was scheduled for South Almani and I wasn't able to make it. When I thought it was clear that we weren't going to have anything, I moved my climate promotion to the 4th and had sent out information already. And then last minute, the high school district, we decided to move forward with our car parades and the whole thing. And then on top of that, my 8th grade son, he was promoting on that same day as well. So it was just hard to go in 3 different directions. But I congratulate them. I really want to thank our classified staff, because I know they were hustling. because I know that during that week, I had to take my daughter, to check out, to return books, this and that. And, there was classified staff along with certificated staff hustling, in the heat and getting things done. So, kudos to all of our certificated, the counselors, the teachers, the admin, the classified. I mean, they hustled. So I really want to thank them, especially in this time. It's just everything had to be different. Everything is just a different way of doing things, and just I really appreciate their flexibility with that. And just major kudos, Dr. Zuniga. I know you've been hustling with your task force and setting up the subcommittees, and you've been meeting for a while. And so it just goes to say that goes to show that planning goes a long way. Okay, not waiting for the last minute. And so like it's been mentioned before, who knows? We may all be back in quarantine, come October, who knows? But we had to plan for those things, and we had a trial run for a couple months, and I think we did pretty good. But I appreciate planning for all different scenarios, for all different things that may come up. So kudos, Dr. Zuniga.
Thank you, Mr. Rosado.
And just one last congratulations, Felipe, and to all of our retirees. Just enjoy your time, and thank you for your service to our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Salcido. Mr. Padilla.
Mike, be on mute, Mr. Padilla.
Yes, I
There
wanted
you go.
to first of all thank Mr. Elatar, Mr. Norton, and the whole department just for this this beautiful binder and stuff that has such valuable information. And I'm looking forward to have more of a discussion that is not rushed. Because like I previously said, we're going to be making some pretty tough decisions, and I want to have ample time to do it and do it calmly and be able to ask all the questions that I want or need. And so thank you for the work that you guys did to put that binder together. It's much appreciated. Probably from my time on the board, the first binder and this binder has been the best pieces of documentation that I've received. No previous CBO or business department had done that for us. So thank you. The second thing, congratulations to class of 2020. I know that we did the virtual car parades. That was awesome. Thank you to Mr. Steelman for putting all of the links on the website or on YouTube. That was so easy to access, and it was a wonderful, wonderful day. I wanted to personally say congratulations to Fernando R. Ledesma High School Mustangs, both class of 2020. Also to Arroyo High School, home of the Knights. Congratulations, class of 2020. To Mount View High School, home of the Vikings. Congratulations to you as well, class of 2020. To Rosemead High School, the Panthers, my alma mater. Have some special memories there. Congratulations to all of you there for class of 2020. Also to South El Monte High School and to the Eagles, congratulations. And to El Monte High School, the El Monte Lions, congratulations for the magnificent job that you guys did on that day. Truly synergy from the classified to the certificated to administration all the way through. Thank you very much for the card that you guys sent me. I really appreciate it, and thank you for all the behind the scenes that you guys did and for making it such a memorable experience for our students to remember for the rest of their lives. Thank you for that. A question that I have is for Mr. Elatar. currently, what is our dollar amount for our reserves, and what is the percentage for the reserves?
Yeah, the projected reserve by the end of the year is 29% in the unrestricted fund, and it's equal to around $32 million.
Okay, 32 million. So you said our reserve is what percent?
29%.
29%. Okay. And so the other question that I have, just on the, on the binder that you gave us, you showed us the different funds. On Fund 14, Fund 17, and Fund 20, are those restricted funds? Fund 14, 17?
Yes, they are restricted funds, but they have specific purposes, and Fund 17 specifically, the purpose is to address emergency situations like this and assist the general fund when needed with the stirs and bursts employer contribution. Fund 20 is actually post-retirement fund to cover the district obligation for post-retirees, for retirees and their benefits. So those dollars can be utilized for these purposes.
So because of the emergency, remember a while back when I tried to bring PARs over to our school district, and you said we didn't want to go with PARs because then our money would be locked up there and we wouldn't be able to move it. And you and Dr. Zuniga told me, no, we're going to create a special fund. Which fund is that? Is that Fund 20 or is that Fund 17 or is that Fund 14? Which fund is that?
That would be Fund 20.
Okay, so that's the $3 million, right?
Yeah, right now it's about $3 million. Yeah.
Right. So those $3 million, that money's not tied up there. If the board wanted to, we could move it back to our general fund, since we're dealing with an emergency and we're having such a shortfall of dollars, right? We could move Fund 20 if the board wanted to. Is that correct or not correct?
Yeah, you are correct, but normally what ends up happening is that the annual cost of retiree benefits can be moved from Fund 20 to general fund. Or basically, instead of general fund paying for the retirees' benefits, as we've been doing from one year to another, we can actually have the Fund 20 paying for it.
Okay, so Fund 20 can be moved if the board would like that. What about 17? Could the board make a decision to move that back into general fund?
Yes, we're actually, one of the recommendation is to take part of the Fund 17 on annual basis and put it back into general fund.
So right there, if the board wanted to, right there, we just found 4, 5, 6, 7, close to $7 million right there. Isn't that what that totals up to?
Yes, the two funds combined equal to somewhere between 7 and 8 million.
Okay, so you said that based on this 29% that we have, or 32 million, you said that we would have to take up a loan. During what year would we have to take up a loan? This 2021, 21, 22, 22, 23, when would we run out of money based on your projections, or when would we have to go out and look for a loan?
Okay, so the loan is to address the deferral situation that we have. Next year, the governor is proposing to defer the last 3 months of apportionments to the future year, and that's where we need to borrow money to cover these apportionment deferrals. They equal to 27% of our total apportionment of the LCFF Dollar-wise, it probably would be around $25 million. So, so we do believe that because our funding reserve will be lower, we're probably going to need to borrow some money from either other interfund or the trend.
Are you saying we're going to have to borrow in 2021 or 21-22 or 22-23?
We need to borrow money, and we're not sure yet. I mean, we obviously do the cash flow analysis and find out if we need to borrow money and how much, and that's where we end up borrowing. But we're obviously not there yet because it's going to happen in April, May, and June of next year. So it's 21, April 21 to June 21. And then you borrow money to cover the expenditures for that period of time till we receive the money, the apportionment in the next fiscal year.
And what about Fund 14? If the board wanted to move that back to general fund, could we move Fund 14, or is that restricted?
All of these funds are restricted, but those funds can be transferred back to general fund if desired.
Okay, so for the record, Fund 14 with 2.2 million, Fund 17 with 4.2 million, Fund 20 with 3 million. If the board wanted to, we could use that during this emergency if we needed to.
Yes.
Okay, because we're gonna have to borrow money one way or another based on what you shared with us tonight. Is that correct or not?
Yes, the borrowing of the money is a temporary situation. So you borrow the money and then you transfer the money back to these funds. So we're talking about two different things. The deferral is borrowing money short term, and then what I think you're talking about is transferring some of these dollars to general fund to cover the difference.
But yeah, because if we have that money, why would we want to go borrow, or do we just keep those monies in those funds and then still take out a loan when we have those dollars?
No, we first look into how borrowing the money from our funds, interfund. Like for example, this year in June, we're experiencing deferral of June to July apportionment. So we're not borrowing money because we can handle this with our reserve or transferring funds. So next year, at that time when the deferrals take place or before that, we will make an assessment and figure out how much we need to borrow. And if we do have sufficient dollars to borrow internally from interfund, we can do that.
So if I'm a teacher, a classified employee, and I want to know if I'm going to get paid in 2021 and 21-22 and 22-23, what's your response to teachers and what's your response to classified employees?
So the reason we borrow money is to ensure that we are meeting our obligations when it comes to salary, compensation, and other expenses during this month. So we borrow enough dollars to ensure that we have sufficient dollars to cover these expenditures.
So is your answer that they will get paid? Is that what I'm hearing from you?
The answer is that we have these obligations and we have to meet these obligations. So we either have the sufficient fund without borrowing money like we're doing this June, or for next year where we see a more extensive level of deferrals 3 months in a row that will be deferred to the following year, we have to borrow money in order to meet payroll.
Got it. And so in the same light, if we wanted to, I see that the cafeteria funds are depleting, and that's the fund that feeds our students and stuff like that. if we wanted to, we could use some of those dollars and move it into that account so that we can continue to fund more of the grab and go breakfast, lunch that we offer for our students, correct?
Yes, in the same manner as physical education, nutrition services is a special, is a restricted fund. And if the nutrition services do not have any reserve, general fund will have to contribute dollars into the nutrition services to keep the program going.
Okay, thank you. And then I just have one last thing. I was kind of about 2-3 weeks ago, I asked for a certificate from our school district to recognize a medical company in the city of South El Monte. And during my entire time on the school board, I have never been so disappointed, concerned, sickened, and pretty appalled at a board member on my board. And I'm speaking about Mr. Florencio Briones. I asked for a certificate from the school district to recognize a medical company from South El Monte, essential workers, a company or a business or a company that provides dialysis to families in South El Monte and throughout the San Gabriel Valley. And I was surprised to hear that our district would not allow it because Mr. Briones, as our president, wanted to know what the contribution was from this company to the El Monte Union High School District. So I got the sense that, I didn't get the sense, he basically told me that we only give certificates to companies or organizations that make contributions to our school district. Well, if being an essential worker and providing dialysis services to some of our families is not a contribution, I don't know what is. And so Mr. Briones wanted to know the names of the families or who they were helping. And so I had to explain to Mr. Briones that there are HIPAA regulations and that I could not give him the names of those people or the names of the families. That's just information that is not given out. I felt like Mr. Briones wanted a dollar amount. In the past, when we had some of my colleagues and some of my friends that gave checks to El Monte Union High School District for the rings for the state championship football team for El Monte High School, when they wrote out the check, they did get a certificate. But this time around, there was no money involved. It was more the contribution of being the essential worker and providing the healthcare services that they provide. But I felt like that was not enough for Mr. Briones, and I wanted to just put it out there for families to know. And I told him that I would do this. It's no surprise. And he started talking to me about a policy and protocol and procedure. And I just want to go on record to tell Mr. Briones and to tell him that I don't need a policy to tell me that it's the right time to recognize essential workers and people that are on the front line, particularly when we're facing COVID-19. I don't need a protocol or procedure or a dissertation or an explanation. It's a certificate. And he said, well, why can't we give it to Greater El Monte Hospital? I said, if you want to bring that forth and for us to create a certificate for Greater El Monte Hospital, I'm not going to get in the way of that. I'm not going to block that. But the fact that he blocked the certificate from our district to recognize essential workers is just appalling. Thank you.
Mr. Briones, may I comment? Sorry,
Mrs.
President
Morgan,
Briones.
Sorry.
So I think
Mrs. Morgan, if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Padilla, do you have any further comments or items for discussion?
That is all, Mr. President. I'm done.
Okay, Mrs. Morgan, if you wouldn't, if you would allow me to go through my items and respond to Mr. Padilla's comments, and then I'll afford you the opportunity if you'd like to respond.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. So thank you, Mr. Padilla, for your comments. So I wanted to start off today by congratulating our class of 2020 graduates. This is a most interesting time to be living through, and it's most definitely not how we anticipated that we would be celebrating any of our students and our graduates. However, I want to commend all of our staff, our faculty, our administration for their diligent work. Dr. Zuniga, all the efforts that you and your administration put into recognizing our students. As Mr. Salcido mentioned earlier, we just assumed that we would be doing or holding virtual celebrations until the week before we received a word from the Department of Public Health that they would be allowing these drive-through graduations. And immediately staff went to work. We still had the virtual celebrations. I had the opportunity to record an outgoing message to our graduates as the president of the Board of Trustees. I did receive some feedback from a couple of students, some graduates now, and as well as some faculty and parents thanking me for the comments on behalf of the board. But we also had the opportunity to have our diploma ceremonies, our drive-through diploma ceremonies. I had the pleasure of being at Mountain View High School, second year in a row. Initially, I had selected Mountain View again for their graduation because I had a family member graduating. So when initially we weren't going to have any celebrations, I was a little let down. But then when we had the diploma ceremonies come up, I thought, oh, great, I still have an opportunity to celebrate with my family member in one fashion or another. So I was at Mountain View High School, and I want to thank the rest of my colleagues who were able to attend as well. I know for some of you, there were circumstances beyond your control. For others, you had work commitments, whatever it may be. And those of you who were able to attend to your campus, thank you so much for participating. I did hear feedback from administrators at the different sites thanking us for our presence and for being the cheerleaders, the loudest cheerleaders for all of our students. So congratulations to the class of 2020. I want to share one personal story from Mountain View. At the conclusion of the event, we were wrapping up, and it was about almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon. We had gone about a half hour longer than what we had anticipated. And one of the faculty members there received a phone call from a student, Arnold Orozco. He called to let the teacher know that he was on his way to the graduation, but he was on his way on his bike, and he lived in Rosemead. But he was on his way. So we told him we would be there for him. We would wait for him. So we waited, and I think somebody may have offered him a ride. And he said, no, I'm on my bike. I'll be there, as soon as I can. So he took the same route that anybody else did. He came in off of Magnolia in the south end of the campus. He drove down the back part of the field where staff was ready with his senior photo. And then he rode his bike onto the campus, onto the quad, where all of the faculty and staff that were there, about 40 individuals were there cheering him on. The Pomp and Circumstance was playing. And he actually rode his bike up to the pep stand. And we told him, no, you gotta walk up the red carpet. We were going to celebrate you the right way. So he rode back and he went. He gave his name to the teacher that was making the announcements. The teacher announced his name. He walked up the red carpet. He walked up onto the pep stand. Mr. Marquez gave him his diploma holder. He came in front of the backdrop. He had his photo taken, and at that point, his counselor came up and gave him his diploma. And so we all congratulated him. We all cheered him on. And Mr. Marquez came over and said, we all want to take a photo with you. You're the last student here. Not only are you the last student, but you rode your bike here from Rosemead to participate. And he said, we want to get a photo with all of us here so you can remember today, because today was a special day. So we told Arnold to go ahead and put his diploma in his certificate, or the diploma holder. And we all gathered around him up on the pep stand, and he held up his diploma very proudly, and we all took a photo with him. And then we concluded the ceremony, and Mr. Marquez gave him a ride home, so he didn't have to ride his bike home, with his diploma and his senior photo. I think Dr. Zuniga provided an update last week about the student. Mr. Marquez has followed up with him just to check in on him. But it was honestly probably the most touching experience that I've had. So many of our students face so many challenges, and sometimes we don't know about those challenges. You know, sometimes students show up and they have a smile on their face and a cheerful disposition, but behind the scenes, other things are going on. And in my message to the graduating class, I did share that with them, that this pandemic has really magnified a lot of those challenges that they're facing, and it's put a spotlight on them. And I did speak to a lot of our faculty and staff at the ceremony when we had some downtime, and they did share with me that when they went out to deliver the yard signs for all the students, this was for many of them the first time they actually got to see where our students live, and to see a lot of the social inequity, the poverty that a lot of our students face, the poor living situations that a lot of students are in. For the first time, it really made it real, and it helped them understand why a lot of our students face so many challenges. And it made me think about how we teach our students and the assumptions that we make. You know, I've had the opportunity of working in a very wealthy private school for 5.5 years, just 20 miles down the road on the other side of LA. And I see the privilege there and the opportunity that's there for those families and those students. And just a short distance away, the lack of opportunity for a lot of our students, the lack of privilege. And on top of that, with the protests that are going on right now, you really sense that there is this seismic shift in our society, and I don't believe that it'll stop. I think it'll lead to some momentous changes. And so that graduation ceremony, it was just beautiful. And I saw photos from the other ceremonies. Dr. Zuniga shared a little bit when he came to visit at Mount View, and I wish I could have been at all of them. But I know all of our schools did a wonderful job, and I know all of our students were celebrated. And as I shared with them in my video comments, at some point we will be together again in order to celebrate them, because this is not, this is never the end. The commencement, the celebration is always the beginning. So I want to say thank you to all of you. Thank you to our district, our faculty, staff, our administrators for all the hard work that you do and all the hard work that you've put in during this very tumultuous time here as we live in 2020. So congratulations again, class of 2020. Second thing that I want to bring up is Happy Pride. It's June. June is typically celebrated as LGBTQ Pride Month. I see Mrs. Morgan is wearing her rainbow handkerchief or scarf. I wasn't able to find my tie. I know I have it somewhere, but I've been moving I'm remodeling some rooms here at home, and I have things in boxes, including some clothing. And because I've been working from home, or I had been working from home for several months, a lot of my work clothes and my ties were put away. So I wasn't able to find it in a box, so wasn't able to wear it today. But I did drive by our campus earlier this month, and I saw the rainbow flag flying. So thank you to our administration and our staff for going out there and flying the flag very proudly in front of our district office. I had the opportunity the day of one of the protests or demonstrations that took place here in El Monte in front of City Hall to see so many of our students that were participating, exercising their First Amendment rights to free speech and to peacefully assemble. And so many of them, when they were demonstrating throughout the Civic Center, stopping and looking at the flag and taking photos of it and talking about it. So I know to them it means a lot. And it means a lot to me as well as a gay man as well, because as Mr. Padilla shared earlier, things only change when we talk about them. So it's important that we're visible, that we share our stories, and that we make sure that we support our students. And that's one way that we do it. And again, because of COVID-19, we weren't able to have our ceremony this year, but I know in the future we will be together again to do that. Along that line, I want to bring up a couple of things. One, June 12th last week was Loving Day. So I want to say happy Loving Day to everyone. It's a date that the Supreme Court overturned the anti-miscegenation laws in 26 states. This was a U.S. Supreme Court case brought forth on behalf of Richard and Mildred Loving. So these were laws in states that prevented people of different races from marrying. And it's something that was completely illogical and discriminatory and frankly unconstitutional. And the courts did overturn that. Along that topic, as of yesterday, or up until yesterday, in 26 states, gay, lesbian, bisexual, transgender individuals could get married on Friday, show up to work on Monday, and be fired for who they were. But as of yesterday, that is no more. The United States Supreme Court in Bostick versus Clayton County, Georgia, ruled that Title VII of the 1964 Civil Rights Act protects LGBT individuals and employees from being fired for being gay or transgender. It was a 6-3 ruling. And as I shared earlier, we are living through history right now. And our students not only are living through it now, but in the future, hopefully the not too distant future, they will be learning in a more academic sense about what this means to everyone. It was a surprise to many that the ruling came down as it did, 6-3. However, I think the court is on the right side of history. So I want to, publicly acknowledge that so that, it's on the record here. I had a couple other items, right? I had notes in a couple different places. Okay. I also wanted to thank the cities of El Monte, South El Monte, and Rosemead, as well as the El Monte Promise Foundation. As Dr. Zuniga mentioned earlier, the El Monte Promise Foundation took the lead on the graduation banners. And so I know that the city of El Monte made a contribution and committed to installing the banners. And the other cities, I believe, are participating as well. So I want to go ahead and thank them for their participation and the Promise Foundation for the fundraising efforts that they put forth in order to recognize our students. And I think this may be something that we may want to continue into the future because graduations are great, but I think it's great that we recognize our students throughout the community so that everyone knows that we are extremely proud. I think people know that we're proud of our students, but we want to be public about it. We want to cheer them on. We want to be their loudest cheerleaders. And I think that was it on these items. I do want to respond to Mr. Padilla's comments regarding his request. Some of the comments that Mr. Padilla made are not entirely factual. When I received the call regarding the certificate request, and I was told the name of the medical provider, I recognized the name, but I wasn't sure what the connection was. And so I wanted to have Mr. Padilla share that with myself or Dr. Zuniga, what the connection was, what the reason was for recognition. Mr. Padilla has talked about, he doesn't need a policy or something to tell him what he can and can't do. I have to disagree 100% with that. Policies exist for a reason. Our board operates under bylaws that we have to follow. We do not get to make decisions on our own as individual board members. We operate as a collective body, a 5-member body, a body that makes decisions based on consensus and based on a majority decision. And the information in Board Policy 1150 on commendations and awards was shared with Mr. Padilla. And I did share with him, if you wanted to recognize them, why was the recognition merited? And if you wanted to recognize them, we could do it at a board meeting publicly, and just as we've done with any other individual or organization who has not only made financial contributions, as Mr. Padilla alluded to, but also has done something significant for our community. The fact that this provider is within our district boundaries is great, but I was not given, Mr. Padilla was not able to articulate a reason why they should be recognized. He said that, well, they service our families, but because of HIPAA, I'm unable to share, they're unable to share. And I frankly felt that reason was not credible. If you're unable to share information because of HIPAA, then how do you know that our families are being served? If you knew individual families that are being served who told you, all you had to do was say they served these families or they went above and beyond and did this. But Mr. Padilla was not able to articulate that. However, I suspected as such that there were other reasons why Mr. Padilla wanted to recognize this provider. And sure enough, a couple of days later, the information came to me as to why they were recognized. Now, Mr. Padilla has made a statement that, you know, I blocked this medical provider from being recognized during COVID-19. That is not correct. This medical provider has been recognized. 2 of their clinics were recognized by the assemblywoman that represents those areas. And frankly, I find it appalling that Mr. Padilla is standing behind this, quote, you know, medical provider going above and beyond serving our families. And I want to quote Mr. Padilla from March 17th, 2016, and say that I find it highly suspicious and not very transparent that the comments that you made were factual, because in reality, this medical provider was recognized by an assembly member who received thousands of dollars in contributions to her campaign. And her sister received thousands of dollars from this medical provider to her campaign. And her other sister received thousands of dollars for her failed campaign. And frankly, that's the reason why this individual is being recognized. And I want to point out that the clinics in question were recognized in cities that we do not represent, in the city of Irwindale and the city of Baldwin Park. This medical provider does have a clinic in the city of South Almani, but the assembly member in question does not represent South Almani. And if that assembly member wanted to represent that clinic in South Almani, I would like to speak to the assembly majority leader who does represent South Almani and ask if he knows that this individual is coming into his district to represent clinics who were political contributors to her campaign. So if you want to stand behind your comments, please do so. But I find it, again, highly suspicious and not very transparent that you're seeking to advance your own political agenda and use this school district as a vehicle to do so. And as a board member and a resident of this community, I will not allow that. If you want to recognize an individual or a provider or business or whomever on your own as an individual, you're free to do so. But I find it incredibly appalling that you would attempt to use this school district in order to further your own or your friends' own political agenda. So with that, Mrs. Morgan, if you wanted to share one comment regarding that particular topic, otherwise we will recess into closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Briones. Actually, the comment I was going to make is that I've always been under the assumption that when certificates are provided on behalf of the district, that it would come to the board for us to vote on that and to approve that, because a certificate does represent the district and, you know, us as board members. So I think you said what you needed to say. I think that it is really important that us as board members, that we do remember that we are a part of a board, and not for us just to do it on our own, especially when you're asking for a certificate, you know, from the district itself. So that was the comment that I was going to make, but I think you tapped it on the nose a lot harder than that.
Thank you. So at this time, we will recess into closed session. Legal counsel, if you can read us in.
Yes, thank you. Closed session items pursuant to Item A, Government Code Section 54957B1, Public Employee Employment, Principal of Arroyo High School. Item B, pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1, Public Employee Employment, Principal of El Monte Rosemead Adult School. Item C, pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1, Public Employee Employment, Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources. Item D, pursuant to Government Code Section 54957 for Public Employee Discipline, Dismissal, Release, 3 matters.
Thank you. Dr. Zuniga, are there any comments on the closed session items? Public comments?
No public comments for the closed session item at this time.
Thank you. So at this time, we'll recess into closed session. Mr. Steelman, if you could let us know when the stream has ended on YouTube so we can go into closed. Good evening, everyone. At this point, we are going to reconvene into regular session. Out of closed session, legal counsel, if you can report out, please.
Thank you, President Briones. Item A, the board approved Gabriel Flores as the principal of Arroyo High School with a vote of 5-0. Item B, the board approved Trina Cardona as the principal of El Monte Rosemead Adult School with a vote of 5-0. Item C, the board approved Robin Torres as the assistant superintendent of human resources with a vote of 4-1, Mr. Padilla voting no. Item D, first matter, direction given, no action taken. Item D, second matter, direction given, no action taken. Item D, third matter, no action taken.
Thank you. With that, I want to congratulate our new principals and our new assistant superintendent. We welcome your continued leadership. And on behalf of the Board of Trustees, I want to say congratulations, and we expect great things from all of you. With that being said, we'll move on to the adjournment. If there's no objection, tonight we will adjourn in the memory of several individuals. If I may just read off a couple of names, and then we will adjourn. Emmett Till, Medgar Evers, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Philando Castile, Jamar Clark, Trayvon Martin, Sandra Bland, Breonna Taylor, Troy Hodge, George Floyd, Italia Marie Kelly, Chris Beatty, and countless others who have died at the hands of law enforcement. That their deaths may eventually bring justice to all of us in a more just world. So without objection, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.